Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody that's in the room early. Let's see who we got up in here. My man Torian Rain says, what up? Bob, what's good with it, bro? Are you gonna be Jamel Hill's 5,035th book consumer? Only if the books are priced at a penny each. If the books are priced at a penny each, I'm gonna find the most green and hairy penny that I can find, and sure, you know what I'm saying, I'll contribute to that. You know what I'm saying? Gotta support black business. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Carlton Way. You know what I'm saying? What's good with it, bro? My man Al McCowan in the building. And yeah, shout outs to people that got the notifications. If you guys got the notification, do me a favor. There's a poll in the comment section. Make sure you guys hit that poll and also throw me a thumbs up in the comment section. Got my man Terrence Jackson in the building. What up with it, bro? Good to see you as always. Got DIY Queen in the house. What up with the DIY Queen? And we got my man Alonzo Griffin up in here. What up with everybody? Good to see each and every one of you guys, man. Real quick, man, just shout out to my man TD Hip Hop Media. You know what I'm saying? We dropped a video, and that bad boy right now is running at 20,000 views over on Just Talking with TD and Robb. So if you guys are not subscribed to that channel, make sure that you guys go over there and check that channel out. And also tomorrow at about 9 o'clock, I believe that me and Izzy are going to go live. You know what I'm saying? DIY Queen says she did what she did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the YouTube Hall of Fame. Put your glasses back on. So make sure y'all go over there and show that video some love. You know what I'm saying? We got Shakiri in the building. What up with it, Shakiri? We got Roots Trackers in the house. So I don't know if anybody has heard about this, man, but just like hip hop, the Democrats have to rival each other on the East Coast and on the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. Oh, I can't wait till Black Light Revelations 1 gets back in commission, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got some dope background music that I know you will like. You know what I'm saying? But the Democrats are doing what they usually do. They're coming with the disinformation and then saying that everybody else is disinformation. Okay? They saw what is going on in California. They've been listening. They got their ear to the streets. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes they rub their head back and forth when it's on the ground because that cubic zirconium earring that they got in, you know, it can cause itching and irritation, crustiness and different things like that. So, you know, they scratching their head back and forth on the concrete while they got their ears to the street. And what they heard while their ears was to the streets is that people been talking about reparations. Oh, we can get some interest and engagement if we talk about reparations. So what are we going to do? We're going to bombard the media with the word reparations because, you know, we're going to try to throw people off our game because that's what we do. You know what Neely Fuller Jr. said? Neely Fuller Jr. said, keep them off balance, keep them on the move. So as we move from the West Coast, you know what I'm saying? Going back to Cali. Now we about to head over to New York, big city of dreams. And everything in New York ain't always what it seems. You might get burned if you don't read the fine print. Shout out to my man Solo T40. What up with it, bro? So now here's my question. How many people have heard about the quote unquote reparations nonsense going on in Delaware? I mean, not Delaware, Rhode Island. All them little states on the East Coast, I get them all mixed up. My bad. Rhode Island. All right. So Rhode Island isn't the first. Now New York is talking about it. And guess who else is talking about it? Boston. But what you see now is you got Joe Biden bombarding the media, talking about everybody getting reparations. I don't know if you guys saw my man TD Hip Hop Media's, I want to say 3 videos back, but make sure you guys go and watch that video all the way through to the end. And when you guys watch those videos, regardless, if you watch them on my channel, if you watch them on Torian's channel, if you watch them on TD's channel, make sure you watch the video all the way through and then hit the buttons at the end of the video. Either if it's the suggested next video or the playlist or whatever. If you're not subscribed, hit the circle button with the subscription thing on there. All right. That's important. If y'all want to see the people that you like's channels grow, do that. Trust me. All right. So we're going to check this out, because what this stuff actually is a bunch of HR 40 juniors. It's a bunch of HR 40 juniors. What the Democrats are trying to do is they're watching content creators on YouTube. They're watching you guys' favorite content creators on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And they take in notes. And the most important thing that they can do is attempt to misconstrue people's interests. Okay? That's what they're doing. They're misconstruing people's interests, and they're doing it purposely to create confusion. They're doing it purposely to create division. All right? Now, quote unquote Democrats, quote unquote the party of quote unquote the blacks, you would think that that's not something that they would do. As the quote unquote party of quote unquote the blacks, according to the Republicans, you would assume that the Democrats will try to make everything as easy to understand as possible. But you see, we're the only group of people in the United States that has both political parties fighting against us, while at the same time accepting our vote. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I didn't see what FaZe and Love said. What did he say? Shout out to my man Crypto Key. What up with it, bro? So what they're doing is they're taking the word reparations and they're media bombing that word all over the place and applying the reparations terminology to everywhere, because they think that we are all Jerry Springer, Maury Povich, daytime TV show watching morons that sit in metropolitan housing, making babies and smoking weed. That's what they think that we all are. I don't think that. I think that we are an intelligent, enlightened, exceptional, durable, diligent, premier, and special, unique group of people. And that's why I try to give people the best information. But these people out here, they don't feel that way. And even if they do feel that way, they're trying to harm that. All right. Shout out to my man, Ricky Jones. What up with it, bro? And they're trying to harm that by creating disinformation. So what's important for people to do from now until the midterms is pay very close attention to this stuff. If Torian puts out a video, watch it. Professor Black Truth put out a great video about Joe Biden doing things for other groups of people while not doing anything for us. Watch that. But being that Professor Black Truth is one of my favorite content creators on YouTube, I would say just binge watch his entire channel. You know what I'm saying? What the Democrats are doing on a state level, because they've been listening to us and they've been listening to the increased focus on local politics, is that at the state and local levels, they're trying to create HR 40 juniors. These are all big, fat, juicy USDA nothing burgers with onions, crisp romaine lettuce. You know what I'm saying? Nice, crispy strips of bacon. You know what I'm saying? On a sesame seed, yellow potato bun. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I love food. Y'all know I love food. You got to make it right. If whatever you eat does not take 5 years off of your life, you are not eating well. You know what I'm saying? Stop being scared. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of fat, a little bit of trans fat. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of MSG ain't never hurt anybody. You know what I'm saying? Had a ball yesterday. Sporting a hangover right now. I'm here though. That's what's up. What you sipping on? I hope you wasn't sipping on none of that gas station alcohol. That shit'll mess your head up, bro. Don't buy none of that cheap ass grocery store Bacardi neither. That Blue Hurricane shit. I swear I almost had a stroke drinking that shit one time. If you're gonna drink anything, you know what I'm saying, and you don't have, you know, everybody ain't got like money to just drop on a bottle of some Ace of Spades. You know what I'm saying? Get you some Tito's or some shit like that. Get you some Tito's and a pack of Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? You be all right. Don't ever drink no New Amsterdam, though. Don't get the New Amsterdam with the black label. Your boy's done all this stuff already. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm trying to help you all out. Do not do that. Do not ever drink New Amsterdam. I know it's sitting down there right under the Smirnoff. Sometimes you be like, damn, all I got is a $20 bill. You know what I'm saying? And I need something cheap because I got some Red Bull. You know what I'm saying? And you looking at that Smirnoff, but then you looking at that $9 bottle of New Amsterdam, and that shit looking like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is state store level strength. This is state store level strength. I'm about to get turned on a budget. As long as you chase it down, you know what I'm saying, with some extra strength Tylenol and you drink plenty of Gatorade, you might be okay. But that is headache liquor. You know what I'm saying? That is headache liquor. That shit will kill you. Man, that shit I have a nightlight looking like it's one of them damn LED lights right in your face. You will walk into the house and just some LED light, you know, just some night lights is on. You'll be thinking a damn car is coming at your head. You'll be like, oh shit, it's a car driving right through my living room. Nah, man, that's what that shit does. That's what that headache alcohol does. Do not do that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Doc Illusion. What up with it? So Fart Boy over here, stinging ass, said Fireball whiskey. You know what? Fireball is all right, but I like that the Jack Daniel's cinnamon fire better than Fireball. Fireball can lightweight get headachy. You know what I'm saying? Fireball can lightweight get headachy. And that's that has now become gas station liquor. Like they sell that shit at the gas station. So when they start selling some shit at the gas station, you know you finna have a headache if you drink it. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever do that. They take them bottles and put them right in the gasoline and then crank the price up $2 or $3 a gallon. DIY Queens said Fireball is nasty. It tastes like liquid Red Hots. You ever had them Red Hots candies? It tastes like liquid Red Hots in this syrup. It's too sweet. You know what I'm saying? I like the cinnamon fire Jack Daniels though. You know what I'm saying? The only reason Fireball is popular because Pitbull made a song of the same title. I didn't even know he made a song of the same title. You know what I'm saying? I tell you what's good though. It's illegal in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? So anytime I reference engaging in this, I've only done it in states where it's legal. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get a RICO case. You know what I'm saying? Everclear. Man, that shit should come with a flammable. That shit should actually be called Fireball. Man, this one time I was drinking some Everclear and they was trying to start a fire. And I was like, y'all can't get that fire started. And they was like, nah, I can't get the fire started. You know what I'm saying? I was like, well, pour some of this shit on it. You know what I'm saying? So my boy grabbed the bottle from me, you know what I'm saying? You know, wasting it, moving it all around, you know what I'm saying? Little drops of Everclear falling all out. I'm like looking at him with the side eye, like, bro, you wasting my shit. You know what I'm saying? He pours it out like somebody just died. I'm sitting there like, no, don't do that. He poured it out like somebody just died on some little cinders that was burning. Man, that shit blew up like a nuclear explosion and all the sparks came out of the fire. You know those nylon like pants, those swishy pants? He was wearing some of those. One of them cinders caught his leg. I've never seen nothing like this before. The pant leg combusted and just vanished into thin air. So It was like them cartoons. You know how something happened and then like they be having the heart boxers on? This fool had one leg that was pants and one leg that was boxers. You know what I'm saying? He jumped back sounded like Shannon Sharp. He was like, woo, Skip. Ooh, that shit hot, Skip. You know what I'm saying? I was like, nigga, you did what you did. I swear to God, that's a true story, DIY Queen. That is a true story. You know what I'm saying? That shit should be in the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? That's some real shit. So be careful with that shit, man. That shit'll kill you. You know what I'm saying? Getting turned up is only for the pros. You know what I'm saying? And the Democrats trying to turn up the propaganda. So right here it says NY lawmakers renew effort to pay reparations to the descendants of slaves. Now let me ask you guys a question. Is that true? Is that what's actually going on? If that's true, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If that's not true, give me a thumbs down. Let me ask you guys something. Is there a difference between an effort to pay reparations versus a quote unquote effort to do a study? Yeah. Bro, put your swishies back on. I did what I did. You just burnt your pants. So what? So what? So what? So what? So what? So now here it says the movement gained renewed strength, which this is a lie right here because the reparations has always had strength. I mean, Dr. Claude Anderson been going hard in the paint for decades. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Claude Anderson been going hard in the paint for decades. When they say the movement renewed strength, this is them saying we decided to focus on it, to utilize it, to misconstrue politics and try to catch some extra unsuspecting black votes. That's what the movement gained renewed strength means. I mean, I don't know where they've been, but there's content creators that have years of content about reparations. There's people like Dr. Claude Anderson who have years of books and studies about reparations. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Fantisi. You know what I'm saying? So, my man Erie, is that Erie Blackstar is in here? Shout out to my man Erie Blackstar. What up with it, bro? What's good with you? All right. So, that's what that means, right? Let me ask you guys a question. Has anybody said, you know what? I'm going to give up on reparations? Literally no one does that except for the people that these very media outlets choose to put on the news. That's it. I'm gonna get you suckers, you dirty mother. Don't say that. Don't say that. They shooting. They shooting. Oh shit, man. Erie Blackfire. My bad, bro. Facts, Torian. They ain't putting us on the news. You know what I'm saying? That's why we got to put ourselves on the news. You know what I'm saying? By creating the invincible information network and think tanks. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says after the news broke recently that a committee in the state of California had been recommended to dole out $569 billion to slave descendants in the state. Now, again, pay very close attention because the reparations, these are slavery reparations. Like I said, if you ask me, we need to start going for Jim Crow reparations, eugenics reparations, private sector reparations. Shout out to all of my victims of Jim Crow that are still alive today. Can I get a big flame in the comment section to all of my victims of Jim Crow that are still alive today? We got a couple checks coming. It's about to be like college. You know how when you broke in college, your freshman year, your sophomore year, for some of us, all 4 years, you know what I'm saying? And when them refund checks come, you like, that's what's up. Yeah. That's what's up. So now here it says, according to media reports, that could amount roughly to $223,200 for each eligible resident. All right. Now, if you guys recall, the reparations in Rhode Island qualify white people, which means that they're not reparations. All right. Shout out to my man OMN. Shout out to my man OMN. My man OMN had a good video that you know what I'm saying, helped his channel out as well. You know what I'm saying? And if you guys ain't subscribed to OMN, go make sure you guys show him some love. Check out his channel. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says previously a measure introduced in the New York State legislature to create an 11-member committee to study potential reparations stalled in the state Senate after it passed in the House. So I want you guys to pay very close attention. We got an all-Democrat government right now, and the Democrats can work with the Republicans to make a statewide codification of LGBTQ marriage and then hide it under the veil of interracial marriage, right? Because race doesn't matter here in the United States, but we have to put race in front of the LGBTQ bill to act as if interracial marriage is somehow benefiting from the LGBTQ bill. You know, what I find fascinating about that is they don't have a bunch of, you know, when it comes to that LGBTQ marriage bill, they didn't have that picture of the NBA players with white wives from Jay DeBlack's video, from Jay DeBlack's channel. They didn't have that. They didn't say, hey, these people will be able to stay married now. They had a bunch of people that looked like the thumbnail of Torian's video about that bald head dude that stole them luggage bags. So what that tells you is who that bill is for. In fact, shout out to Sari Lynn. A study is a stalling effort. Make it rain. Super fact. Shout out to my man Kid Gravity Beyond. Also, yo, make sure you guys subscribe to my man Kid Gravity Beyond's channel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Samantha Brenton with his big forehead. You know what I'm saying? That dude has a giant head. That motherfucker looked like Humpty Dumpty from Puss in Boots. And he actually is a Puss in Boots. That motherfucker could have played two characters. He could have been the actual Puss in Boots and Humpty Dumpty. But I think, what's that dude named? Antonio Banderas. He did a little bit better job. So now here it says, we saw what happened in California. We want to pass a bill that starts with a conversation, about reparations, as if there hasn't been any conversations about reparations. So what they want to do is they want to pass a bill that starts a conversation. So this will be more carrots that are dangled over people's head, and they'll try to stretch this out until all the Jim Crow descendants are dead. He unemployed now. He gonna be working the corner soon. You know what I'm saying? He gonna be working the corner soon. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please make sure that you guys smash the like button. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure that you hit that bell icon twice. All right. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. What up with it, bro? So now here it says another Democratic member of the New York General Assembly, Taylor Darling, insisted it would be a slap in the face if New York Governor Kathy Hochul and the state legislature don't come together to pass the legislation to create a reparations committee, according to the Post. Now, here's my question. Again, nothing is changing. I want everybody to understand this because, again, as much as everyone knows about the issues of slavery, when people say things about slavery or when people say things about Jim Crow, when people say things about eugenics, all it is mail-splaining that is unfounded in fact. It's just a bunch of literal white noise. That's it. That's literally it. You know what I mean? I was listening to the shout out to my man AJ. I was listening to that little I don't know if it was a debate or whatever between American Cholo and Tariq Nasheed. And American Cholo, he's doing the same thing that white people do. He was projecting onto Tariq Nasheed saying we're all immigrants. No, we're not. And technically, American Cholo, you idiot, you're not an immigrant either. But you want to acculturate to the white supremacist society, so you'll say whatever makes sense. Even more of a sellout than Coons. You know what I'm saying? If you look up the definition of immigration are people who voluntarily transplanted themselves to a different location. That's not what happened with us. Regardless of how many white people want to get in front of a camera and YouTube algorithm gives them a 99% click-through rate so everybody can see it, that doesn't matter. It's not true. And that's facts, Tori, and many of them claim the status of white, as they should, which is fine. Because by claiming that status, that knocks out, well, I'm a taxpayer. Yeah, you're also a beneficiary of stolen property. You're also a beneficiary of extortion. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's that. She also so pay very close attention, because all that's going to happen is they're going to get bombarded with disinformation. And people are going to start saying anything. And then that's when we have to turn on our correct information and return the favor with the bombarding. Oh, there's going to be $5 black folks coming out of the woodwork. There's $5 black folks now already. You know what I'm saying? There's a YouTuber and her name is Brittany Venti. You know what I'm saying? She hangs out with a bunch of far right people like Michaela Peterson and Lauren Sutherland. I actually did a video about her. She did a video about Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? And she took some information from a content creator. I forget his name. Is vegetables. What is it? Poor black man vegetables and food, I think, is the name of him. And he had done some videos about Kevin Samuels, some critique videos about Kevin Samuels. She basically took all of the information from her video and didn't give him any props. But the reason why she did the video about Kevin Samuels, of course, despite the fact that, you know, we got people like Rollo Tomasi, you got Jordan Peterson. Nah, she decided to pick Kevin Samuels. You know why? And then she said, and then all of her subscribers, you know, and her are like, well, my mom is an eighth black. It's just like that woman. I don't know if you guys are subscribed to my man Moxie Approved, but there's a gymnast, I believe, that was an Olympic winner. And I mean, this woman looks more white than Meghan Markle. All right. Now, we all know that Meghan Markle is mixed, right? And I mean, she's one of those mixed people who really has the white phenotypes. You know what I'm saying? This woman, this gymnast in particular, who they've been in the media saying is a black woman, looks more white than Meghan Markle. So yeah, there'll definitely be $5 black people coming out of the blue. And then because white people tend to have all of their family paperwork and all of that stuff, and you know, there's a lot of issues with us as far as our histories go, they'll use the lack of information that we have to attempt to cut us out while creating more wealth for these people that can have, you know, one eighth black in them. Which is one of the reasons why it's so important for people, when I say run that family, run your own family. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you find out where your roots are, where your roots come from. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says she also reportedly added that the number floated in California regarding how much would be owed was not high enough. And that's true. It's not high enough. And if I'm not mistaken, I've seen new figures, but they're not significantly higher. This country was built on the backs of enslaved people. Yeah, I mean, literally. You know what I'm saying? There's burial grounds all over the place in the United States. It has impacted everything: housing, economic development, education, she continues. Right. So once we get through the slavery reparations, then it'll be time for round two, for Jim Crow and black codes. Right? Man, facts. Rachel Dolezal rubbing her hand like Birdman. She rubbing her hands like Birdman. She like, you know what I'm saying? However, the movement does not provide U.S. citizens reparations. The movement to provide U.S. citizens reparations has also faced a significant opposition. Now, this is what I'm talking about. I want everybody to understand this. Every PWI, shout out to Deion Sanders and the Deion Sanders content for familiarizing me with that term, PWIs. Somebody said Colorado State is a PWI. The entire United States is a PWI. I don't know if anybody noticed, you know what I'm saying, but just saying. According to a University of Maryland law journal titled Why the Reparations Movement Should Fail. So pay very close attention because this is the University of Maryland that funded and put this out. One reason critics think the movement will struggle, among others, is because it will be very difficult to identify who is eligible for the payments. Not really. It's not difficult at all. And again, this is what white people do, right? White people will go around and say, well, all black people don't deserve reparations, which there are different forms of reparations that all black people are entitled to. But when we're talking about us here, specifically in the United States, us foundational Black Americans, us Native Black Americans, American descendants of slavery, we're talking specifically about what went on here, which means that the reparations payment will be limited to those of us whose families and us ourselves were affected by what went on here. So the fact that white people go around and say, well, all black people don't deserve reparations, for one, all black people do deserve reparations. But if we're talking about here specifically in the United States, we haven't made it inclusive to other groups of people. We are making it inclusive to black people who are here as a result of slavery, black codes, and Jim Crow. That's been very clear ever since Dr. Claude Anderson and before. So what white people will do is put out a piece of disinformation and then attempt to legitimize the disinformation by attempting to debunk the point that they just put out without actually addressing the point. Well, I mean, I don't see why a black person in Switzerland should get American slavery reparations. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. I'm glad you have higher than a single digit IQ and came to that realization. You know what I mean? Like, so now here it says, here's one of the reasons there are no slaves alive today who can bring suit. So if you're in the middle of a lawsuit and you die, the lawsuit just ends because you can't get a payout. This is where they act really stupid. These are the very people that created the idea of quote unquote trusts. They identified the purpose and necessity of quote unquote estates. Oh, don't worry about it, because all of those dead slaves, they all have trusts and they all have estates, and it's us, their descendants. And there are no slave owners who can be sued. Sure there are. We know two, Joe Biden and Ben Affleck. And I'm sure there's more. The Law Review article points out. In addition, there is no way to accurately identify who were the descendants of slaves and those of slave owners. Sure there are. All black people who don't have African names. You can start there, which narrows out a whole bunch of people. And then you can start with the census and family records. Very easy. We're talking about the country that created nuclear weapons, saying that they can't figure out how to do a regression study. That's what they're saying. No country has an equal class system. Now, this is interesting, right? What does that have to do with human trafficking? Which does not suggest that we as a society should strive for one. The article continued. However, reparations payments are not the medium to create such a system. Well, I find that interesting because the system that we live in now was definitely created off of a class system. Wasn't it? What wasn't it? Now, I had actually planned to do a live stream where I read this study. You know what I'm saying? Why the reparations movement should fail. Because I think people need to read this. Because once you read, dissect it, and attack it and destroy all of the talking points, it renders the nonsense irrelevant. And then what you do is you continue to talk about it, you make fun of it, you shame the people that created it, and you completely delegitimize them because they're supposed to be so intelligent, but we've just debunked basically everything that was said. So now here it says forcing some people to pay money to others solely based upon racial ethnicity would only further divide the country. I don't care. My ancestors were slaves as a result, solely based on their racial ethnicity. They had to deal with Jim Crow solely based on their racial ethnicity. Just like how all of these three weirdos below were taken in by the police alive because of their racial ethnicity. So I'm not trying to hear none of that nonsense. And that, if you ask me, is one of the reasons why you can't debate with terrorists. What do you do with terrorists? You know what I'm saying? You get them out of here. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this. Have you ever heard of an organization called NARC? NAARC. I don't like the name, first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? New York City Mayor Eric Adams backs renewed push for reparations bill in Albany. Now, I think one thing that people need to start doing is they need to start requiring the Democrats to call things what they are. They want to push a bill for a study. They're not pushing for reparations. Can we agree on that? If we can agree that what's being done here is pushing a bill for a study, not a bill for reparations, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If you disagree, give me a thumbs down. All right. And if you guys have not done that poll, please make sure that you guys take a moment and do that poll about if you got a notification or not. So my question for Mayor Eric Adams is, if he backs a renewed push for reparations, why didn't he back doing anything to protect black people in Buffalo? You mad I got a human raisinette on my screen? He do look like one of them California raisins. You remember the singing California Raisins? Ooh, ooh, I heard it through the grapevine. Heard it through the grapevine. Hoo, hoo. You look like you about to say that too. Like you about to get some Motown notes popping off. This is New York City Mayor Eric Adams. I just took a nice sip of New York City water. My thirst is all quenched here. And I want to talk to the residents of New York City about the reparations bill. I support it. I support it. I believe that everybody should benefit from reparations to the descendants of slaves. Man, if you don't shut your Cockefeller Records looking ass up, you better. You know what I'm saying? Cockefeller Records. So now, check this out, man. Who heard of this organization called NARC? Are they a legit organization? I haven't heard of them. National African American Reparations Commission. Mayor Adams expressed support Thursday for an effort in Albany to lay the groundwork for Black New Yorkers to receive reparations for slavery, saying specific attention should be paid to the still existing companies that benefited from slave labor. Okay, I agree with that, except for this whole quote unquote Black New Yorker part. American descendants of slaves in New York only. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, Fabulous. You know what I'm saying? As much as I like your music, you're going to have to sit this one out. Sorry, Noriega. You know what I'm saying? As much as I like your music, you have to sit your ass out on this one and try not to have Kanye West knocking on your Drink Champs podcast. so y'all can stay on the air. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, Buster Rhymes. You know what I'm saying? But y'all went flip mode on us too much. And I'm sorry, Fat Joe, that you have a tricep skin fold of greater than 50 inches. I really do apologize for that. Facts. DIY Queen says probably funded by Jays, who will end up being some kind of financial fiduciary. Facts. And that needs to be eliminated. They need to be extracted from any parts of that process, unless they're a politician who plans on voting for it. As far as putting their input into it, they can scratch that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says we need to zero in on some of these corporations and companies that the foundation of their wealth came from slavery. And like my thing is, I agree with Eric Adams, but on this, but since Eric Adams is so suspect, we got to ask ourselves the question: is the reason why, you know what I'm saying, the president of Rockefeller Records from Marcy's son is sitting up here talking this is because he's scared to go directly at Adosos? Eric Adams scared he got some Adosos working that he working with. He don't want to offend them. Without naming names, this is long overdue and something I supported for many years. Man, that's that invisible support. That's that kid and play shit from House Party. Oh yeah, I got your back way back. I smell. I smell. Adams' comments come amid a renewed push for legislation that will create a reparations study commission in the Empire State, similar to a statewide panel established in California in 2020. Yeah, that Empire State of Mind, huh? The California Reparations Task Force is currently working with a team of economic consultants on possible monetary figures associated with the impact of slavery, as well as past housing discrimination practices, mass incarceration, and other harms done to Black residents. A similar measure that would have created an 11-member committee to study potential reparations in Black New Yorkers stalled in the state Senate after being passed by the Assembly last year. And I'm sorry, if you ask me, the Democrats need to pay for not getting that through. They need to pay for not getting that through. There's no excuse for these Democrat failures because, like I said, when it came to the federal HR 40, all they needed, if I'm not mistaken, was I think it was 7 Republicans. They were able to get 12 for the codification of LGBTQ marriage. Facts. If you guys agree with Sari Lynn, give me a thumbs up. The fact that Adams is touting this is sus. Very sus. And the fact that he says, you know, word on the street, I'm not trying to mention names, son, but if you ask me, some of those jobs out there that benefited from the labor of my ancestors, that's where we should look first to provide justice and equity. Man, where Nas at with some ether? Oh, that's right. Nas ain't got the ether no more. He got King's disease. Shout out to the C19 channel. You know what I'm saying? Adam said Albany lawmakers should make the renewed push a priority. It's not a renewed push. More Democrat disinformation. This is a renewed hijacking effort by the Democrats. Because let's not get it twisted. When it comes to reparations, reparations is not a Democratic platform. Reparations is a Black, foundational Black American issue. It's a nonpartisan thing. This isn't something owned and championed by Democrats. You know what I'm saying? The Democrats are like the Cleveland Browns, champions of nothing. ever. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says this country was built on free labor, and we are who we are because of that free labor, Adams said. That free labor destroyed the foundation of African Americans. So look, pay very close attention to how Adams decided to use foundation. Pay very close attention to how they adopt these terms. Just pay attention to that. Just keep an eye on it. You know what I'm saying? You know, you ever watched Inspector Gadget? You know how that magnifying glass on that extended arm comes out of his hat and he be looking at stuff. Hey, Penny, come here. Look at this. Hey, keep your eye on this. You know what I'm saying? That worked in plantations, made cotton king, the tobacco industry, and many of the banking industries. What about the white people that got rich off of illegal industries? What about white people like the Kennedy family that then went on from being organized criminals to being part of the United States government? Oh, my bad. That'll be all of them. Hardworking. Got to find the right guy for the job. You know, that hardworking Kennedy family that ran alcohol like criminals. You know what I'm saying? While the white people in Michigan are getting millions of dollars for startup businesses for marijuana, while black people still rot in prison on nonviolent marijuana offenses. Prohibition 2.0, still living life on repeat because the world is correct. What about any of that? So now here it says the government has an obligation to deal with it. And I'm 100% supportive of what they are doing, he added. So Mayor Eric Adams supports a study. So that's nice. I support studies too, but only if you're in school. You know what I'm saying? Or only if there's some subject matter that you want to learn more about, or some kind of product that you want to make. Me personally, I don't support wasting your time. We're not talking about trying to figure out how to defeat a pandemic and coming up with a response to it. Oh, damn. Now that I think about it, that actually got done before reparations. They figured out how to create medications and prevention for coronavirus, which is something that's very complicated. This is common sense that you can learn in a 5th grade history class, and this still requires a study. Just think about that. Let that sink in. That's what the Democrats are trying to sell you. What they're also saying is that black intellectuals like Dr. Claude Anderson, their work, their documentation, the studies that they've done mean nothing. So we're still in the same place as we are. It's not legitimate until a white person okays it, which means that none of this is going to do anything. That's the whole point. That's one of the issues that we're facing. Well, I mean, like, if I come with some information that proves my point more so than the person that I'm in a debate with, it shouldn't not be legitimate because I'm not white. But that's exactly what this is saying. Well, we have to approve it. That's funny because we didn't approve slavery. I mean, nobody approved that. You know what I'm saying? We didn't approve that. You know what I mean? So that's just something to think about. You know what I'm saying? That's just something to think about. There's no need for a study. Let me ask you guys a question. Was there a DARPA or military study that showed what kind of weapons exactly that the United States should provide to Ukraine in order to have maximum effectiveness against Russian military? Did that happen? Or did they just say, let me open up the wallet, here goes some money? They didn't say, okay, Russians have the S-400 missile systems and they have hypersonic missiles. So what we need to do is we need to put these things at these certain distances so they can intercept missiles. They didn't do that. Was there an AAPI study? No, Because if they had done a study, what they would have found is that black people hate crime incidences are at an all-time high. Yeah, that's facts, Crypto Key. Big facts. And more, and I got some content about that coming. You know what I'm saying? You're absolutely right though. So now here it says we're currently in the process of fine tweaking it. I thought it was called fine tuning, but okay. But we can then submit what we believe will be a bill that will pass through legislator, and we'll be able to convene and talk about reparations. So this is a bill for a talk. Get hype, guys, about a talk. I'm talking right now. Right. No study about the LGBTQ marriage. You know what I'm saying? No study on the AAPI hate crime bill. No study on Hispanic serving institutions money. Nothing. Facts. So now you guys see what DIY Queen's comment says? What does that tell you about this? That's the question right there. What does that tell you about this? Nah, this ain't cutting it. This ain't cutting the mustard. You know what I'm saying? If this was a hot knife, this ain't even cutting the damn butter. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Grind and Motivate. If y'all ain't subscribed to his channel, stop tooting up and go subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of them marriages, stop tooting up and go subscribe to my man Grind and Motivate's channel. They keep giving us the runaround. They might want that smoke. Facts. 3-0. 3-0. Tearing the Browns. The Browns, what? Well, that's the score, or is that their season record? Because regardless of what it is, it ain't gonna stay that way. If it's the score, it's not gonna stay that way, or if this their season record, it ain't gonna stay that way. You sure you ain't reading that shit backwards? Because regardless if it's the record or if it's the score, usually that should be looking more like 0-3. So make sure you ain't in front of a mirror or anything. Shout out to my man Bronze guy. Oh, that's the score. So they punk asses got a field goal and no touchdown. They about to get their asses whooped. You know what I'm saying? I went to a Browns game one time at First Energy Stadium. You know what I'm saying? They was playing against the Jets. And the score was 21-0. You know what I'm saying? The score was 21-0. Bruh, we walked up the street to go get something to eat during halftime, and we ended up staying at the place where we was eating a little bit late. We was at the Galleria. And then we turned on the game because they had started. Do you know, like, within like the first 5 minutes of the third quarter, somehow those idiots lost the damn 21-0 lead? It was like 27. No, it was like 31-27 and shit. And then they end up losing the game by 1 point. And I said, see, that's why I can't mess with y'all. Thank goodness I got them tickets for free. I ain't paying for no Brown shit. I don't work for no place that gives any free Cleveland sports teams tickets anymore. So I ain't got time for that shit. I'm not about to pay to do some damn tailgating and barbecuing in the parking lot because that's gonna be where all the excitement is. You know what I'm saying? The Jets are my team. Shout out to AB Promotion. It don't matter whose team it is. It don't matter whose team. It could be the damn high school JV team. They still beat the Browns. You know what I'm saying? Them little traveling teams could beat the Browns. You know them little junior traveling teams? You have a little kid, 12-year-old quarterback named Scooter Jr. He could drive through the Browns on the scrimmage line. They suck. Cavs, no Cavs tickets, bro. No Cavs tickets. You know what I'm saying? Even when they win, they do stupid shit. That's why I can't mess with Cleveland teams. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a historic summer. You know what I'm saying? The Cleveland Cavaliers were in the finals against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. You know what I'm saying? On across the street at Progressive Field, the Cleveland Indians and the Chicago Cubs in a historic World Series battle. I don't know what happened. I don't know how this shit happened. But the Indians start getting their ass whooped so bad, it was more people from Chicago in the stands at Progressive Stadium than it was Indians fans. Everybody just said, forget this shit. We finna go watch the Cavs. So they just stopped watching the Indians because the Indians had messed around and lost like a 2-0 lead in the damn World Series. And the Chicago Cubs, who had never won a damn World Series, end up winning the World Series in Chicago. We won the NBA Finals that year. That shit was lit. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted them both. I wanted all. World domination is the only solution. You know what I'm saying? Sports domination is the only solution. You know what I'm saying? And the Cleveland Indians went out like some damn suckers. You know what I'm saying? It went out like some damn suckers and been going out like suckers ever since. You know what I'm saying? Cincinnati. Hey, who? The Browns? They just get their asses beat by the Bengals? Cleveland been getting their asses beat by Cincinnati since Boomer Esiason was the damn quarterback of the Bengals. Cleveland gets there. There's no team that doesn't have a legacy of beating the Browns' ass. There's like no team. Like literally every single team in the NFL has a historic victory against the Browns. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look up in the dictionary, NFL highlights, the only reason why the Cleveland Browns would be the picture there is because every single team got their season highlight against the Browns. Everybody got their career best against the Browns. And then they turned around and went to Baltimore, won a damn Super Bowl like that year. We need to get the Infinity Gauntlet. The closest thing to that is CERN. You know what I'm saying? The closest thing to that is CERN. But I don't know if you guys know, though, the United States just recently, they had to catch up with China. They made some quote unquote startling discovery in fusion energy. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, no. Look at this. Boston City Council votes to form a task force studying reparations for Black people. What is there to study? We need to study these Black people. I mean, they've been watching us for damn years and shit. What else? What else is there to study? And Democrats are supporting this. The Democrats have taken this. They've embraced it. They've coddled it like their little ugly ass, bald headed ass baby. You know what I'm saying? Holding it. You know what I'm saying? It's crying and all. You know what I'm saying? They patting it on the back. Oh, stop crying. You know what I'm saying? We're going to cultivate you and grow you up to be something good. It's sitting up there looking ugly as hell. The little Democrats, little ugly ass love child. Shout out to my man MC Fact. What up with it, bro? So now what you're going to see is these new little HR 40 juniors, the little junior HR 40s. You know what I'm saying? That right now they in the stages of feeding it some Gerber. You know what I'm saying? They doing that ratchet shit, mixing you know, formula with the milk. You know, using the WIC coupons. And that put some meat on the bones. They're trying to put some meat on the bones of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And this is Democrat disinformation right here. Because they keep calling this a reparations bill and it's a study bill. That's like if I said, well, this is the bedroom. No, this is the study. There's no bed in here. It's a room, but it's not a bedroom. It's a study. This isn't a bill for reparations. This is a bill for a study. This is a bill for paper pushing and not the kind of paper that I'm trying to get. You know what I'm saying? And then they keep trying to attach this to George Floyd in the wake of George Floyd. The world is correct, Hoteps. What's up, my yellow brother? Chilling. You know what I'm saying? Chilling. So now here it says, according to the Associated Press, this is what I wanted to look at right here. The Boston City Council voted unanimously to establish a small commission that will study the general trauma caused by U.S. slavery and its role in the current racial wealth gap. Here's my question for people. Who decides who's on these committees? Does anybody know how they decide who's on these committees? Don't you? I think that should be in people's interest to make sure that there's legitimate people on the committees so that legitimate information can be utilized and actual beneficial decisions can be made. If we don't know who's on these committees, it could just be anybody. And that's how you get the reframing and misquoting of words and different narratives. I want you to also pay very close attention to this. If they're implying that a study is necessary, that also implies that it's not grounded in assumed fact that any of these institutions in the United States caused any damage to black people. It's questionable. So a study is needed to verify that. Did you guys catch that? That's what a study implies. When somebody does a study, that study is done to validate or verify information. To validate or debunk a claim. The claim is that because of the way the United States was formed and the ongoing utilization of those strategies, it affected black people negatively. A study implies that that needs to be determined, and it'll be determined based on these studies, which means that the implication of this is that they're posing this as if this is not something that's blatantly obvious. This is just simply a claim from us or a belief that's based in emotion, not a belief that's based in fact. Despite the fact that we know that it's based in fact. This is just the games that these people play. So what we need to start doing is we need to start bombarding and coming at the Democrats to say the implication that a study is necessary implies that what you're agreeing to is that it's only questionable that anti-black institutions in the United States have affected black people. That's what the Democrats are saying. The Democrats are saying that what we're saying is not factual and it's up for determination. That's what they're saying. I have a broken arm. Well, what are the indicators that you have a broken arm? Well, for one, it's literally cracked in half. You can see, you know what I'm saying, my radius bone sticking out of my arm. Okay, so I have a verifiable reason to believe that my arm is broken. Now, what if I have a hairline fracture? I'm feeling some pain. I don't know what the problem is. Okay, well, we need to do further studies. We need to do a radiology study, which could be an x ray. Once we've done that study, now what you were implying or what you claimed or what you believed can be verified. Yes, I see a 360-degree fracture on your right radius. You indeed have a broken arm. So basically what this is nonsense that is some, well, white people have to verify that your claims are correct, despite the fact that, you know, there's history books, court cases on the dockets. I mean, all of that other stuff, right? Which all of that stuff, technically, despite the fact that white validation is not necessary for anything other than a coon job, white people have already, quote unquote, validated those things because it was white judges who made those judgments for the court cases, or who wrote those laws, or who cashed the checks that slavery provided their businesses and their family trusts. So what this tells you is that we can open our mouths and we can talk and we can say whatever and we can come with as many facts as we want. We can generate as much accurate, falsehood piercing information as we can, and it still doesn't matter, because the privilege of being able to circumvent reality, the privilege of being able to circumvent truth, rests in the hands of the people that will be making the determination. I want to make sure that everybody understands that. So now here it says the task force will also explore possible compensation for systemic inequality within Boston, which has been well documented in housing, education, and healthcare sectors. So if it's been well documented, I mean, wouldn't a study, the result of the study, be documentation? So we already have documentation. For some reason, seems like we still need more documentation. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? Remember, nothing will ever make sense. The only things that will ever make sense is what we do when we start deciding to start large scale doing things that make sense. We can never count on or expect the anti-black forces of the world or the anti-black forces of the United States to ever make sense. The only thing that they will make sense for is to try to cause harm or containment to us. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So now here it says this ordinance is only the start of a long awaited yet necessary conversation. Long awaited. Well, why was it awaited? City Councilor Julia Mila said. Now pay very close attention, because I don't know if you guys know about the reparations in Rhode Island, but the reparations in Rhode Island are being coordinated by their Latino mayor, which is why they're all over the place, and they're sitting there saying, well, these are for low income people. They're not for low income people. This isn't AMHA. This isn't welfare. As much as white people want to repeat that, that's not what it is. You know what I'm saying? So why they're saying that, I don't know. So now here it says the city of Boston, like many areas around the United States, like all areas around the United States, has profited from the labor of enslaved African Americans, and has further, and then again, like again, this is issues with the terminology here, right? Because if we're there's terminology issues with that. We already know what they are. I was going to go into it, but we don't need to. And has further disadvantaged them by barring them from participating in the same economic mobility opportunities as their white counterparts. And I don't know why they're saying white counterparts. They should say white and non-white counterparts. What it should say is non-foundational Black American counterparts, because all other groups of people, including many Black immigrants, participate and benefit from the system of Black containment. So what this should say is further disadvantage them by barring them from competing in the same economic opportunities as their non-foundational Black American, non-native Black American, non-freedmen counterparts. And those those people all know that. This isn't something new. Those people know that. So now here it says the measure, which is now headed to Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. So we're dealing with an Asian person who's probably not very fond of black people, for review, originally proposed a 15-member task force called the Commission to Study and Develop Reparations Proposal for African Americans. So the bill, so what I want you guys to understand is that the liberal media is bombarding the headlines with all of this reparations talk, and these are committee bills. If everybody understands that these are not reparations bills, these are committee bills, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. Okay. These are committee bills. These are bills to set up committees for studies. These are not bills to pay a damn thing. What these are bills for is these are bills to pay somebody to be on somebody's committee. That's what these bills are for. I got to agree with rebellious ones. If you guys agree with rebellious one, give me a thumbs up. The U.S. economy is based off black folks being at the bottom. Facts. Roots Tracker says, Rob, they last left to come up with a timeline, but when did Jim Crow end? So that means ongoing checks. Facts. So they either so if I was them, which I'm not, thank goodness, you know what I'm saying? That's something that they need to consider. But the thing is that I think they do consider that. You have to remember that if the United States is an anti-black machine, the United States is a predominantly white institution and an anti-black racism ATM machine, you have to be very careful about how you spend what comes out of the ATM machine because the money's got poison on it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the council voted to cut the commission down to 5 members who have a connection to and understanding of the descendants of formerly enslaved black people in the United States. Now here's something that I want to study on. I want to study on what qualifies somebody to have a connection to and understanding of the descendants of formerly enslaved black people. Because if you ask white people, that's just simply having black skin. I disagree. What white people are doing here is basically saying it's okay for a Salvadorian to be on the council for majority Mexican Latino issues. That's what white people are saying. And that's one of the reasons why they attempt to continue to not utilize an ethnic categorization for us. Because not having an ethnic categorization, while non-FBA people see that as us being xenophobic, they know that that's not xenophobia. As much as non-FBA people are proud of being Nigerian, proud of being Rwandan, proud of being Somalian, the reason why they call us Akata is because of the feral issue. They know that. That's why they came up with that term. It's not us being divisive. Nobody said, I hate you because you're not a foundational black American. There's foundational black Americans who don't like people like me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm light skinned. You got the whole dark skin, light skin thing going on. So all that is also misinformation. People who are FBA and pushing for these reparations, they're xenophobic. So if a Korean says, hey, I'm Korean, somehow that's xenophobic? That's anti-Asian to other Asians? If a white person says they're Swedish, that's anti-white? That's xenophobic towards other white people? If a Latino says I'm Boricua, that's anti-Latino? Nah. They call us Akadas because they know that that's one of the tools that's utilized to continue to derange the internal politics. Yeah, I agree. Colorism is a horrible thing. I've never been a participant in colorism. Speaking of Nigerians, you know what I'm saying? Growing up, my best friend was Nigerian. And one thing that I used to be infuriated at growing up was people making fun of him because of how dark skinned he was, alongside of white people doing it. I mean, there would be brown skinned brothers with their white friends like, yo, black ass, yo, black crusty ass. And I'm just sitting there looking like, I hate that. As far as I'm concerned, when people talk about good hair, quote unquote, that's colorism too. You know what I'm saying? When people talk about, oh, you got quote unquote pretty eyes, that's colorism too. Now, am I saying that people's eyes can't be pretty? You know what I'm saying? If they're not melanated eyes, if they're not black eyes. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the fact that they're quote unquote automatically looked at as pretty or somehow exotic, it should actually be pretty. Not just because it's not something else that makes it pretty or unique. That's what I'm saying. I believe that people that don't have brown eyes can have pretty eyes, especially, you know, if they had a, you know, contour or, you know, it matches their skin, or, you know what I'm saying, if they're wearing some clothes and it brings it out. Yeah, sure. Hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? Look good. But just the automatic, oh, you have pretty eyes. Well, why? You know what I'm saying? That's just something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Something to think about. So now here it says earlier this year, the city council passed a resolution that acknowledged, condemned, and apologized for Boston's role in slavery. The resolution outlined a number of pledges, including the removal of prominent anti-black symbols in the city, I mean, this is just blatant symbolism right here, and a commitment to education about Boston's involvement in the transatlantic slave trade, but no money, no Monty Hunty. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay to play, Sway. And this ain't talking about no money. This ain't talking about no Monty Hunty. When harm is done, the first step is to acknowledge and apologize for it. Counselor Fernandez Anderson, who offered the resolution, said, the fact that this hasn't been done yet at the municipal level is stunning to me. No, it's not. He's lying. And it's not stunning to him. Literally nothing is, there's no surprises. Like nothing is stunning to any of these people. All of that nonsense, all of that fake sympathy, all of that we care so much, that's lies. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Straight up and down Bogoso. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maine. What up with it? I want to see how you guys feel about this. I'm sure this will be looked at as foundational Black American xenophobia, right? This will be looked at as feral Black American xenophobia. Whatever. My nation's original sin. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this. Biden apologizes to delegation of African leaders for the unimaginable cruelty of slavery and offers them $55 billion as Rwandan president mocks U.S. in front of laughing crowd. Well, good. Now, but pay very close attention to how outraged white people are about Biden being mocked. Hey, I thought you guys didn't like that guy. It's cool when Elon Musk is mocking him. Dude, did you fucking see what Elon Musk tweeted about Creepy Joe? About Brandon, did you fucking see what he tweeted about Brandon? Elon Musk is fucking based. Okay, well, the Rwandan president isn't fucking based. Man, those people are so... Shout out, we're touring that, man. Them people are so fucking woke. People are woke, man. The Rwandan president is based, yo. Cornball culture. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Joe Biden on Wednesday hosted most of Africa's leaders for the first time in 2014 since the summit begun by Barack Obama. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Now, this is a question that a racist white person should be asking. Racist white people. Fart boy, you still in here? Racist white people. Where y'all at? Because I'm waiting for you guys to ask the question. And guess what? Oh my goodness, you're gonna be sitting up there looking at looking like Skip when Shannon Sharp took his glasses off. Except for I'm actually gonna get up from the table and slap you. Isn't there something a little strange about the U.S. talking to Africa about slavery? The U.S. had African slaves. Now, if my history is incorrect and this is something that I don't know, please correct me about this in the comment section. But the United States had African slaves in Africa? Because that's what this is implying. Why would you apologize to African nations for cruelty when it's us here who are the descendants of people that were brought here? What you should be apologizing to Africa for is engaging them in illegal human trafficking because you bought people from there. You actually bought human beings and they sold them to you. So I mean, I honestly don't know what I don't even know what kind of conversation the United States and African nations, West African nations could have about that because the whole thing is just messed up. I don't know, but this is Biden working that Democratic machine of disinformation. And that's probably why the Rwandan president mocked him, because he's like, you're an idiot. And that's the main thing that white people want to say, right? Like, we literally tried to not involve motherfuckers that didn't have shit to do with slavery. That's like us telling Vladimir Putin, you need to give us an apology. I don't think that Russia had anything to do with the transatlantic slave trade. That's Western European countries, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. There were some Slavic countries involved in the colonization of Africa. But if we went up to Vladimir Putin and said, you need to pay us reparations, that wouldn't make any damn sense. And guess what? Nobody's doing that. But if you listen to Fox News, if you listen to the average white person, them repeating that that's happening somehow because of the privilege has conditioned them to think that it'll just appear and be happening out of nowhere. I'm gonna take a flight over to some. I'm gonna take a flight over to Estonia and demand reparations. Ain't nobody out here doing. There's no one's out here doing that. So when white people actually have an opportunity to open their mouth up and make sense, they don't. And the reason why they don't is because if they did, it would support the reparations argument, because then it would show more publicity. Like, hey, this whole notion of wanting these handouts and all of these black people getting all this shit. That's not actually how it is. They don't want to understand. That's the point. And the fact that they don't say anything shows that they do understand. Why is Biden offering African nations an apology. Honestly, the African nations should have been like, yo, Biden, you racist. Bro, them slaves is back in America. Those is in your country, bro. I'm laughing. AB Promotion said he laughing at the African president mocking Biden. He said, nigga, I don't know what you are talking about. Those niggas that you apologize to me for, they are not only all over the world, but that the majority are in your country of America. So, Mr. Mazungu, I have no idea what you are talking about. That's probably what they said. What the fuck is you talking about? This President Joe Biden is a stupid Mazungu. He come to us and say he apologized for slavery. What are you talking about? You come here and tell to us to apologize for slavery, but then you put sanction for LGBTQ. These Mazungu make no sense. They are almost weird like a kata. Matter of fact, that's why we don't like a kata. These motherfuckers, rightfully so, are making fun of him. You're dumb. You're dumb. They ate your food and left. Drank the Kool-Aid and said, all right, peace. You know what I'm saying? Drank up your good liquor, goodbye. You're sounding stupid. Like you always do. You know, like, what are you talking about? Motherfuckers like, what? And you know, white people are outraged. Oh, did you see those spear chuckers? Ungrateful spear chuckers. Good white man, Joe. All of a sudden, he goes from a liberal piece of crap to a good white man. A good white man, Joe Biden, was trying to make right with those spear chuckers, and they just laughed him off the stage. Yeah. Duh. You know what I'm saying? White people are outraged. They were mocking Joe Biden. It's just like Skip Bayless. You just disrespected him. These same white people who complain about Western values diminishing are silent on Joe Biden attempting to export the Western value of all of the LGBTQ things that we have going on here to countries that don't have that as part of their culture. The continued hypocrisy must be brought to light, because you can't sit there and say that we're all in it together until you acknowledge your hypocrisy. And even then, there's still other things. So all of those, we're all in it together as men people, we're not. At least I'm not. And I'd advise everybody else not to be too. The only thing these motherfuckers are in is our way. So now here it says Joe Biden on Wednesday hosted most of Africa's leaders in Washington for the first time since 2014, reviving a summit began by Barack Obama, which makes sense. An African president. You know what I'm saying? Biden said his country and Africa were united by America's original sin and the stolen men and women and children brought to our shores in chains. You know, there's like a bunch of us running around here, Biden, in case you forgot. those people that you're talking to there, you know what I'm saying? Like you're not talking to the right people. Rattled by China's massive investment in Africa. You see the money, Munty Hunty. China's on that ass. That's why Biden is there. Biden's family themselves owned slaves. Biden is an actual Adoso. He sees China closing in on Africa. He wants to try to salvage a peace for the United States. He doesn't care about anything done to black people, which is one of the reasons why his ass is there and not dealing with the actual descendants of slaves here. And again, this is one of the reasons why they continue to play and misconstrue the identity issue so that white people can get away with doing nonsense like this. Well, I talked to these black people. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same group of black people. When Biden talks to President Z, it doesn't translate into Kim Jong-un got the memo. When Biden talks to President Z, Kim Jong-un puts down his Xbox controller and picks up actual remote controls and tests out a couple nuclear missiles. That's actually what happens. You know what I'm saying? So just because you decide to bring race into it like white people always do, shout out to the original race hustlers, doesn't mean that you accomplished anything. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Cameron Jones. What up with it, bro? So now here it says Biden on Wednesday announced $55 billion to be spent on health, climate change, and trade. And all of this is money that'll go right back to the United States because they'll put this paper in these African nations' hands with the condition of these African nations have to spend their money on United States businesses. And none of those businesses that are going to be sanctioned by the government are owned by black people. You know what I'm saying? See, this is a game, and they're using one of the tools, and one of the tools is called money. Shout out to Cameron and shout out to Hey Mr. Knickerbocker. Money is fake. You know what I'm saying? That's what they always say. And this is more proof of it. If Kanye wasn't enough, this should be more. Paul Kagame, Rwanda's president, was asked before Biden's speech whether anything has come from the 2014 summit, and they said they had achieved little. So, I mean, I guess him critiquing Joe Biden was enough to outrage white people to where they would say that Biden was mocked, which again, you can see same playbook. Shannon Sharp's critique of Tom Brady enraged Skip Bayless. Literal same playbook. Possibly brain wiring, possibly not even a playbook, possibly biology. I don't know. That's what studies should be done on, if you ask me. Joe Biden on Wednesday apologized for the unimaginable cruelty of slavery, which he referred to as America's original sin. I mean, America has a lot of sins. There's too many for any kind of qualification of original. America just is a big conglomerate of sin and evil empire, and pledged $55 billion in investment to the continent. So now white people should be extremely outraged about this. As much as white people talking about slaves being alive today, he's giving money to people that, I mean, that were doing the dirty dealing. I mean, Biden is giving money to the dirty dealers. So this is dirty deal part 2. This is dirty deal part 2. Africa is getting Joe Biden designated slavery reparations, while all the descendants of slavery, all of us here, are not getting shit. I want you to pay very close attention to that. What does that tell you? I think it was like about 96% of black people voted for Joe Biden. And Joe Biden just gave $55 billion to black people who didn't vote for him because none of these black people voted for him. I want you to just let that marinate. The black people who voted for Joe Biden ain't got a damn dime. Let that marinate. Facts, man. If you guys agree with Maine, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Maine, give me a thumbs down. Also, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please make sure you guys take a moment, smash that like button. Also, please help to spread the word by sharing. Share the video on your social media platforms. And if you're not subscribed to my backup channels, take a moment, subscribe to the backup channels. So now here it says, speaking during a gathering of almost all African leaders in Washington, D.C., the first since Barack Obama convened a summit in 2014, Biden expressed regret for the past, but insisted the United States is all in on Africa's future. What about the black people here? The black people here have to start not expecting anything except for from ourselves. We're now living life on repeat again. You know what I'm saying? The world is correct. You cannot ignore stuff like this. When you see the same thing happen for centuries and you continue to expect a different result, what do you call that process? What do you call that? There's a word for that. If you guys agree with RG Titan, throw some radiation emojis in the chat. Insanity. And I know we're not all insane, despite the fact that some alleged pro-blacks go on radio stations and say that we all have mental issues. I tend to disagree. But again, I'm not a board-certified psychologist. I'm just simply a feral black American with opinions. And my word is not absolute. Speaking during a gathering of almost all African leaders in Washington, D.C., the first since Barack Obama convened a summit in 2014, Biden expressed regret for the past, but insisted that the United States is all in on Africa's future. Now, this is interesting, right? Because despite the fact that we know that it's coming from a place of corruption, that sounds like a promise, doesn't it? So not only is he giving money to people that didn't vote for him, he's giving promises to people that didn't vote for him. Shout out to my man Cameron Jones. My man Cameron says an old lady was arguing with me yesterday how voting Democrat hasn't changed in anything in 50 years. We can change things by voting Democrats. We can change things by world domination too. We're still talking about the same issues that our parents talked about, that our grandparents talked about. Ms. D says some so-called pro-blacks want us to be Pan-Africans. My thing is, when I look at how white people operate, people have their preferences, but there's basic things that they can all seem to agree on. I don't have any problem supporting people that support me. I have a problem when people infringe on what I feel is my territory. I'm not a Pan-Africanist, but I don't have a problem with Pan-Africans. But I do have a problem when Pan-Africans attempt to get in the way of things that are necessary for us. It's just like, I don't get it. I wouldn't stop you from getting on your plane going back to Africa, so why are you stopping me from what I'm trying to do here? You can support people and not get in the way of people. You know what I mean? And it doesn't seem to me that that's something that we handle very well. Agreeing to disagree. It doesn't have to be absolute. You know what I'm saying? As far as another thing that I noticed about quote unquote so-called pro-blacks, very condescending. They sound almost like white supremacists. I shouldn't listen to a quote unquote pro-black and you sound more anti-black than Tucker Carlson. They talk down to their audiences. They get in front of large news media platforms and say that we're stupid or we have mental disorders or we don't know how to budget money. Anytime you hear somebody like Richard Spencer or Jared Taylor or Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh, they only give white people a sense of false morality. They say that white people are so moral and so nice, and the people in Europe are just such welcoming and nice people. That's white people's biggest problem. But they don't say anything else. They don't say, you know, one thing that the white community really needs to work on is to just stop raising these little school shooters. We need to really do something with our men to stop all of the family killings. They don't do that. But quote unquote, the people that will judge you, a little aspect of your life, nothing that you say means anything because you happen to be wearing a pair of Nikes. Those are the people that get right on a white media platform and say black people are stupid. That's what they'll do. You know what I'm saying? Here go my thing, Al. I'm not against interracial dating. I'm against cooning. And what I find fascinating with pro-blacks is that if you listen to the so-called pro-blacks, they sound in many cases as anti-black women as those groups of men who have issues and go in on black women. You know what I mean? I've seen alleged pro-blacks say disgusting shit about black women. The same kind of shit that the misogynist type people say. But you're supposed to be quote unquote pro this and pro that. There's a lot of motherfuckers that's hypocrites. You know what I'm saying? And I don't understand the hypocrisy. And like when it comes to that hypocrisy, I think one of the reasons why that hypocrisy is because a lot of people really are not as invested in improving the total situation. They're invested in improving their own personal situation by creating an appearance of helping the total situation. You know what I mean? Yeah, I bought some Nikes long before the whole Kyrie thing happened. And it hadn't been my pair. I hadn't had a pair of Nikes in a while. I had like some, what kind of shoes did I have before? I had some damn work boots, some Dickies. You know what I'm saying? Well, see, my thing is, yeah. See, that's problematic. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, Shannon Sharp, you know what I'm saying? You get with whoever you want to, but like, why go in on why do that? You don't need to do that. That basketball coach, you know what I'm saying? Like the one basketball coach was like, the thing that makes me feel the greatest is not all of my basketball accomplishments, but my white wife. I mean, like, for real, really? That's your milestone achievement? Come on, bro. Not to say that you shouldn't value your marriage if that woman actually loves you, but come on, bro. Like, really? What's that saying to other people? I'm sure your wife wouldn't say the milestone of my life is my black husband. So, I mean, like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, I don't understand why people do that shit. Nobody told you to do that. Ain't nobody put a gun to your head and make you do that. That's some shit that you had brewing inside of you. And when you actually had that happen, you validated that shit. And honestly, what that shit, if the woman that you're with is actually an intelligent, intuitive woman, she's gonna pick up on that and say, this motherfucker doesn't really care about me. This motherfucker's only with me to make him feel a certain kind of way. You know what I mean? Yeah, I see facts. That's what I'm saying, Terrence. I would, if the way that my mind thinks, if I happen to be the partner in that situation, I'd be looking funny, like, oh, really, motherfucker? So, like, that's the only thing, huh? Okay. You know what I'm saying? The pro black feminists, you know what I'm saying, be going in on black men like crazy, sounding like white supremacists. You know what I mean? That shit crazy. It's the same shit as anything. Hey, Mr. Knickerbocker. You know how people pick their favorite books of the Bible? Shout out to Volvo. What up with it? Maine said just pearly things. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had the answer, but I don't. I don't. Yeah, they are buck dancing in the background. I don't. I man, that right there, Maine, actually goes into some deep territory that would like have to be like on Clubhouse or on uh Patreon or members only or some shit, because it would be certain like, in order to have that conversation and like figure that out, there would have to be some shit that would just be misconstrued as all kinds of hate speech and all kinds of misogyny and just a whole bunch of other shit that YouTube would be like, up, there goes another strike for you, Rob. You know what I'm saying? Now you gotta now you gotta use channel number 5. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Yeah, people be coming up with crazy logic. Motherfuckers like that, like, they'll say like they have to be with they have to be it's pro-black to be with non-black men because non-black men don't build. So they have like I'm telling you, man, people come up with the craziest nonsensical shit. Hey, you happen to be walking down the street You see somebody that, you know, looks like Brad Pitt or some shit, and that's what you like. Okay, cool. Have a good time. You know what I'm saying? The fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, what that got to do with me? I'm over here actually trying to build. So these niggas don't build shit. Just like that nigga over there. I ain't stopping you. But that's that shit though. That's that motherfucking brain damage, man. From WS. That's why I try not to go hard on people, man. Some of them motherfuckers do be pretending to be pro-black. I think a lot of I don't think just them though. They're not the only people that should be critiqued. I think there's a lot of people who pretend to be quote unquote pro-black. And honestly, I don't think there's no one definition of pro-black. I think it's degrees of pro-black. You know what I'm saying? I think black empowerment is a bunch of different things. And I think honestly, that's one of the reasons why we need think tanks. You know what I'm saying? I think people need think tanks, and I think we need education institutions to try to square people's brains away so that people can actually be thinking with a clear mind. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm real liberal, very open-minded, very accepting. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, though, I know what time it is too. And I think that that's the main thing that like a lot of people need to understand. People need to understand what time it is. Because like when people understand what time it is, you will be able to have a more clear idea or a more clear vision of what it is that you need to do. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how I feel though. And again, these are just my opinions. I'm the authority on nothing. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says during a White House dinner honoring African leaders and their spouses, Biden addressed what he called quote unquote America's original sin. So he addressed this to uninvolved people. And then it says and honored their what the these motherfuckers don't know us. Those people that are running Africa today could be related to the motherfuckers that sold us. How are you honoring the descendants of slavery at a damn African meeting, knowing that it was people at that echelon of society that sold us into slavery? That doesn't make any sense. Mr. Hey, Mr. Knickerbocker said she said Cynthia G doesn't consider herself a divester. She just bashed black men. Cynthia G be cracking me up. I think she has a view of certain things and she has expectations. And in her views, she doesn't feel that her expectations have been met. And her content is used to make attempts to substantiate those things. You know what I'm saying? Just like anybody else. I don't agree with a lot of things that she says, but at sometimes though, she bring up some decent points. You know what I'm saying? I think one thing that's interesting though is that if you pay very close attention to a lot of content that you see, like a lot of content that you see is coming full circle, more so back to self critique. And now it seems like a lot of people are quote unquote bashing people. You know what I mean? And that's just something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, that's her stick, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, people choose their path, and that's the path that she chose. You know what I'm saying? This is I remember that. I remember that. Now here go my question about that. Who do you think people were more mad at? Her or Margaret Sanger? You know what I'm saying? Like that, this is, you know what I'm saying? Who was they more mad at? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? She ain't the first person that said that shit. But I bet you she probably faced more backlash than Margaret Sanger. You know what I'm saying? She just made YouTube videos. Margaret Sanger got clinics out here and a whole ass company. You know what I'm saying? That shit crazy. That's America. That's America. You can make a business out of anything, especially if it got to do with harming black people. And there's a lot of black people cashing in on that shit now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit crazy. Like it's just wild, man. Like we live in a crazy world, and like it takes a lot of sifting through stuff. Yeah, third trimester abortions. Honestly, I don't think abortions are really healthy at all. You know what I'm saying? Like the body naturally aborts when there's a issue with the pregnancy. You know what I mean? Like if there's cysts or if there's endometriosis or if there's like an ectopic pregnancy. So because the body does that when there's a problem, I think it might cause problems when that's done if there's not a problem with the body. You know what I'm saying? I feel it. I feel it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, our people lie at the heart of the deep and profound connection that forever binds Africa and the United States together, he says. So again, like what I find fascinating is, do you guys see this? He's just talking around us the entire time. Like he's first of all not even talking. Like, is this his idea of quote unquote talking to the black community? Or honestly, I see this as an insult. And I find it hilarious that the article frames this as these African leaders are insulting Biden, but what this actually appears like to me is Biden is insulting foundational black Americans. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what this shit seems like to me. Am I wrong? Do you guys disagree or do you guys agree? Like this is just nonsense. This is an illusion. You know what I'm saying? Then he says, "We remember the stolen men and women and children bought brought to our shores in chains, subjected to unimaginable cruelty." What do you mean you bought them? There was a transaction, there was a purchase. This motherfucker talking about somebody stole some shit. Y'all want to let's listen to this. Let's see. This is how they try to attempt to just we're just gonna rewrite history. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna rewrite history a little bit, you know. I don't know why they gotta show all this. Real quick, y'all, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, make sure you guys smash that like button. Well, I don't know what the fuck. Oh. Man, we ain't about to sit here and watch this, all these cars pulling up. Like, so now look, they had Gladys Knight there. Singer Gladys Knight later serenaded Biden and the visiting leaders with a performance in the White House state dining room. I mean, the White House announced that 55 billion was being directed to Africa in the areas of health, climate change, trade, and women's initiatives. Nothing for men. So again, this is undermining society. The United States has no respect for any of these. The United States is a male-based patriarchal society, and they go to another country and undermine the male leaders that they met with. Facts, Miki. That right there is another slap in the face. Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda, was asked earlier on Wednesday whether the 2014 summit yielded good results. He said, well, at least we had a good meeting. He replied to laughter from those who assembled. Biden's outreach attempt was seen by many as a way of limiting China, which has invested more in Africa than any other nation. And it was. If you guys agree that Biden's outreach was seen as a way of limiting power in China, give me a thumbs up. This was nothing more than mail-splaining, and he used stereotypical talking points to try to talk business to African leaders as if they're dumb. Biden doesn't know anything about anything, so what did he do? He did the thing that white people always accuse us of. He brought race into it. This was a meeting about economics, and Biden brought race into it. The original race hustlers. Well, we're sorry about what we did to you. Bruh, the people that you did shit to are home in America. Why are you coming at us with that? And that's probably why you got your stupid ass roasted. But pay very close attention. He got truth burned. You know what I'm saying? He got truth burned because those African leaders was like, man, fuck you. And now white people are licking his wounds. Oh, he was mocked. Nah, he wasn't mocked. He just got a reality check. Anytime you affect white people's perception of reality because they have a privilege of believing that they can change reality, and they think that that's just naturally granted to them, that's what's looked at as disrespect. So that's why the title of this article was Biden was mocked. You weren't mocked. You just got slapped back into reality. That's what happened. And that's not supposed to happen coming from a black person to a white person. So that's why everybody gets on code and gets offended for Biden, despite the fact that entire right-wing America is trolling Joe Biden all day on Twitter with Elon apartheid Musk. I mean, did your dumb ass apologize for Elon Musk? That's what your stupid ass should have apologized for. That motherfucker was the one involved in the apartheid and racism that went on in Africa. Why didn't you say, you know what? We'll give South Africa custody of an apartheid survivor, Elon Musk. Just like how y'all gave Russia Victor Bout. That's why they was laughing at your stupid ass. And then you brought Gladys Knight up there to sing some damn Motown to some Africans. That's why they was laughing at you. They're probably laughing at you too because he probably didn't even know the leaders. He probably didn't know the country of the leaders who were there. Because God knows that the United States has a habit of calling the continent of Africa a country. Shout out to George Bush. So those African leaders know that the educational requirements to be a leader for the United States are not very high. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Real quick, you guys, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please take a moment, smash the like button. Please share the video out, share it to Facebook, Twitter. If you know somebody who likes this kind of information, send them a text with the link. So now here it says Beijing has held its own high-level meetings with African leaders every 3 years over 2 decades. Chinese trade with Africa is about 4 times that of the United States, and Beijing has become more important as a creditor by offering cheaper loans, often with opaque terms. Now, see, this Africa, man, falling for the damn trick bag. You know what I'm saying? You don't never take some shit with opaque terms. When they use this phrase and say opaque terms, what does that mean? What does opaque mean? Shout out to USA Army, Brad. What up with it? You ain't right, hey, Mr. Knickerbocker. But you might be, though. You might be. You ain't right, but you might be. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, I might be. Bitch, I might be. You know what I'm saying? Facts, unclear. You can't see through it. That's what opaque means. You know what I'm saying? You cannot see through it. Why would you get yourself involved in some kind of financial agreement where you can't see the actual terms? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? That's how you find yourself a lifetime slave. So again, as you can see, around the world is correct. We're still living life on repeat. We have African leadership being quote unquote tricked. Nigga, they tricked us. No, they didn't trick you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you were unclear, you could have read this damn article right here from the Daily Mail. You know what I'm saying? This article from the Daily Mail says that the terms were shady. Nigga, nobody tricked you. Stop doing this. They up here making them Frank Lucas deals. You're going to love this one. 10% for me. The other 10% for me. They out here making deals like they trying to buy some damn blue magic from Nicky Bonds and shit. What are you doing? Y'all out here making them damn bumpy knuckles deals. What are you doing? But shout out to Steve. What up with it? From St. Louis, Missouri. You know what I'm saying? I've been to St. Louis, man. St. Louis is wild. You know, when Chingy came out with that song Right Her, motherfuckers really actually talk like that. Shout out to the St. Louis accent. You know what I'm saying? Right there. This some bullshit right here. Them African leaders, they should have they should have been like, you need to take that bullshit and get out of her. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit right there, there's some bullshit. That's what they should have said. They should have went Saint Lunatic on their ass. Bumpy knuckles. Bumpy knuckles, ashy knuckles. You know what I'm saying? Ashy Larry in this motherfucker. What's that motherfucker's name? Bumpy Johnson or some shit? I forgot. Ashy knuckles, man. Cut your face up. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, catch you with a skin tag and give you $150 right across your face. You know what I'm saying? Ashy, sharp ass hands. So now here it says, but despite Biden's overtures, many African leaders rejected the idea that they need to choose between United States and China. Man, they need to start accepting the idea that, hey, man, let's just cut the world off from this shit and build our own shit and start exporting. Like I wish that Africa would wake up the same way that I wish a lot of us here would wake up and understand Africa is in the world domination capital of the planet. If Africa woke up, the only other place where if there were alliances that Africa should try to make an alliance with is South America and create a global monopoly on raw materials and commodities. And you will control the entire world. Even if you can't get 90% of the countries in South America to get on board, even if you can just get a couple. If you got the whole continent on the same agenda. See, that's the reason why they broke up the continent, man. Is because if all of those people were together, all they got to do is just shut the lights out. Now look, hey Mr. Knickerbocker. Now you see why. You remember when me and TD had did that live stream, and TD and TD was telling y'all, Rob always say I'm not trying to be funny. That's why I be saying that shit. That's why I say that. Yeah, they too busy bootlicking and tap dancing, man. Stop doing that shit. Stop licking boots. Ain't y'all tired of having leather breath? Here go this bottle of Listerine. Wash your mouth out. Stop tap dancing, damn it. Shit. Yeah, I agree, MC Fact. Tribalism hurts Africans, and to be honest, I think that it hurts us too. They up here dancing like Chris Brown on the party video. You know what I'm saying? They up there in front of Joe Biden like, and Chris counts. Like, stop. You know what I'm saying? Damn. So now, so now here it says the fact that, God damn. That got me laughing too hard, man. Yeah, I agree. Once your mind is free, you have no reason to practice tribalism. Facts. So now here it says the fact that both countries have different levels of relations with African countries, it makes them equally important for Africa's development. The most important for Africa's development is Africa, man. Africa itself is the only and most important factor in its own development. Just like we're the only people that should determine our own destiny. Know what I'm saying? So now here it says the fact that both countries have different levels of relations makes them equally important for Africa's development. However, it should be known that each African country has the agency to determine their respective relationship and the best interest. So now what I find funny is that Joe Biden is here treating them like a monolith. And that's what we always say is that black people aren't a monolith. You're on a continent treating a continent of people like a damn monolith. You know what I'm saying? Joe Biden is doing this. After his remarks at the summit, Biden viewed some of the World Cup semifinal match between Morocco, the first African nation to reach the semifinals, and France, with Morocco's Prime Minister Aziz, what is this? And Hanouch? I bet you French Montana ass was there too. France beat their ass. They won by 2-0. They got them Cleveland Brown scores. 2 football games. Oh shit. Shout out to Jay. Real quick, y'all. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Yeah, exactly, Tarek. Facts. That's exactly what I'm saying. Africans are getting treated like one big black person, and they're not recognizing it. Some of them aren't recognizing it. This lady right here on this video that I got that I want to show y'all, she be going in. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says before the dinner, Biden met leaders from Gabon, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, Liberia, and others facing 2023 elections for a discussion on elections and democratic principles, as if the United States knows anything about democracy. Africa's economic transition depends on good government. And when they say good government, what that means is a United States or EU controlled government, healthy populations, and reliable and affordable energy. And when they say reliable and affordable energy, what that means is energy that comes from an American energy company, an American international energy interest that they want to set up in Africa. That's what that means. Now, here's my question that I have. What do you all think will be good strategies to help Africa break from this trance of feeling dependent on these outside entities? That's the same question that I got to ask us. Other than, people like us who are in here, what would help us break the majority of people's brains to allow them to see beyond, you know what I'm saying, the puppetry of the system at large? Is it possible? Shout out to Kelly. What up with it, Kelly? Yeah, and that part too. Hey, Mr. Knickerbocker, facts. Super facts. Al says, first off, them African niggas need to stop that damn you niggas war against your continent's country. Stop it. Delineation. Yeah, facts. They all gonna have to go Hotel Rwanda on the colonizers. Hey, you know, run it. Who colonizers charging way too much? They need to run it. That's what they should have did. They should have. What's that motherfucker's name that made that song? Rest in peace, Young Dolph. But it was the dude whose album that song was actually off of. They should have had him up there. That's what them African leaders should have told Joe Biden, talking about his mic. They need to cut it. You know what I'm saying? Cut it. Cut it. Every time Biden talk, y'all need to cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Skirt. He babbling way too much. Y'all need to cut it. You know? These things businesses seek out when they're looking to invest. Boom. They attract new opportunities and they launch new partnerships. And the United States is committed to supporting every aspect of Africa's inclusive growth. Basically, what that means is that the United States is committed to, greasing their palms with the money of Africa's inclusive growth. And Africa's growth should not be inclusive. It should be exclusive. And it should benefit the people in the country, in the respective countries the most. It should not be inclusive. Shout out to Chanel. Chanel says Obama has stated that America has lost its influence in Africa during the years America was in Afghanistan. Facts. And that's one of the, when you want to play global empire, you know what I'm saying? You spread power then, which makes it difficult for you to focus areas of concentration. You know what I'm saying? America played its cards wrong. I would say, shout rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. They chose wrong. Skirt. That's all these new rappers be saying nowadays is skirt and making like cell phone noises. Like, man, y'all would have been on point in the era of Nextel. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, that's how you know these new rappers is slow, man. Most times, you know what I'm saying, they be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? That's ahead of the time. Y'all like 15 years behind. Y'all doing all that and skirt, you know what I'm saying? The sidekicks and Nextel phones is over. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, Thursday is to be dedicated to high-level discussions among leaders. Biden will open that day with a session on partnering with the African Union strategic vision for the continent. Now, I'm not sure what the African Union's strategic vision for the continent is, but I think that is something that's worth investigation. You know what I'm saying? I think it's also worth investigating to see who set up the African Union and see who actually leads the African Union. Because a lot of times what they do is when it comes to the United States, they'll put black on something, right? But it's not ran by black people and it involves a whole bunch of other people. And if you notice on a global scale, they'll say Africa something, and next thing you know, it's a bunch of other people. I can hear a Gen Z kid now asking what's a Nextel. Shit, just tell them to turn on some rap music and y'all hear it. You know the noises that they be making between the bars? That's what our ringtones used to sound like. Where your ass was at, skirt. Where your ass was at, black. Where your ass was at, like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? These cats out here sound like they doing like bird calls. That's that shit Debo was doing. Trying to get them pigeons. You know what I'm saying? That's some shit that gangs actually used to do though. You know what I'm saying? Them bird calls and shit. There's actually history behind that shit. That's how you knew like somebody was either about to attack or an attack was coming. You know what I'm saying? With that bird call. Purple City Bird Gang. Purple City Bird Gang. You know what I'm saying? Purple City Blurred Gang. You know what I'm saying? Jill Biden hosted a program for spouses Wednesday morning at the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts, where she told the crowd, "My hope is that the way we make each other feel will last beyond this summit." From what I hear, people weren't really feeling the best about it, and I'm pretty sure that shit's gonna last. The summit is the largest international gathering in Washington since before the start of the pandemic. Look at this. They sit up here drinking fine wine. You know what I'm saying? Biden up there toasting, knowing his brain cells can only handle about a damn drop of barefoot Moscato before he starts slurring and falling all over the place. You know what I'm saying? They should have brought Hunter there to really turn up the party. He would have had some mountains of cocaine on the table and cutting that shit up right with a credit card. You know what I'm saying? Hunter Biden would have got that shit all kinds of turned up. You know what I'm saying? Hunter would have been like, man, what's this? This ain't lean. Come on, dad. Hunter would have been like, where's the coke? What kind of party is this? And you know Hunter Biden, he one of them privileged motherfuckers, man. He'd probably be trying to act all cool, but you know what I'm saying? The racism be slipping out, so he'd be like trying to be cool but awkwardly racist. I mean, we got a room full of brothers and no blunt rolled up, and then just like an awkward silence. You know? Hunter would have had that shit lit. Wouldn't have been none of this. Females dancing on the table and, you know what I'm saying, Russian whores all over the place and crack, meth, curtains falling all off, chandelier broken on the table. That shit would have been turned. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to LJ007. What up with it? Hunter would have had the microphone trying to freestyle. If I was an African leader, when is Hunter coming to the party with the party bus? I'm not really trying to sit here and listen to your old ass. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says roads all around the city. Now, let me ask you guys something, right? Because we got to bring it back. The United States tried to bully a lot of African nations into backing the United States position on Russian foreign policy in Ukraine. Do you guys remember that? You guys remember that? But now pay very close attention to how now we're playing nice. You see that? We're going to play nice now. Hi, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Hunter said he can't get jiggy with it. What is this? Barefoot. Is there any codeine in it? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Any promethazine in this shit? I can't get down like this. You know, come on, Dad. You know what I'm saying? I grew up with you. You know, alcohol don't get me drunk no more, and weed don't get me high no more. What kind of party is this? So now look at this. If you skip down here, Zimbabwe, which has faced years of U.S. and Western sanctions, also was invited. Tunisian President Kais Saied, who has been criticized by the United States for democratic backsliding, used an appearance before reporters with the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken on Wednesday to offer a stout defense of action he has taken, including suspending the parliament and firing judges. So at the same time, you got Joe Biden. You know what I'm saying? You got Joe Biden undermining these people's democracy at this meeting. Right. That's a good point. Play nice by giving Africa $58 billion. The state of California is giving $500 billion to just American descendants of slavery people. Facts. And there's not only, look at this, check this out, man. They're only giving $58 billion to an entire continent. But Africa has like one city in Africa, right? One city in Senegal, one city in Sierra Leone, one city in South Africa has at least $58 billion worth of natural resources. You know what I'm saying? They're how do we reverse? How do we encourage them to go reverse and hustling backwards, man? Because what I want people to understand is I am not bashing Africa. I am not bashing Africans. I'm frustrated with knowing what I would do if I was in that position with just all of the just resources that they have. And it's like they don't see their own worth. Like it's the same damn shit that we witnessed with Shannon Sharp. And I don't even know if we could put I don't even know if we could put a price on Africa. I mean, trillions is definitely a fair guess, man. But I mean, that even might be an underestimate. You know what I'm saying? Super facts. The United States is a far right PWI. Big facts. Regardless of who's in charge, Joe Biden or, you know what I'm saying, the Grand Dragon of the KKK. That is why Uganda is laughing. Their offer is borderline insanity. Facts. If you guys agree with Maine, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And also, if you guys have not smashed the like button, please take a moment, take a brief moment, smash the like button, share the video out. All right. Also, appreciate everybody that's been answering the Nightbot. Y'all got to do some research and figure out how to get the Nightbot to talk to y'all, because it can. It used to talk shit. I had to turn it off, turn it down a little bit, because it was zapping people, man. For some reason, it kept messing with Carla. It was there. Had to stop in the middle of the stream and back that thing off Carla. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Biden has promised U.S. support for a permanent group of 20 seats for the African Union and the appointment of a special representative to implement summit commitments. In addition to China, talks also spotlighted what the U.S. sees as malevolent Russian action on the continent. So again, this is the United States trying to throw their weight around. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, if you dealing with us, you know what I'm saying, you can't mess with China or Russia. So you see, the United States is using the same policy against the black people in Africa that is using against us. They've always done that. BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions. Where do you think they get that idea from? What rhymes with vote blue no matter who? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the administration argued in its sub-Saharan strategy published earlier this year that Russia, the preeminent arms dealer in Africa, views the continent as a permissive environment for Kremlin-connected oligarchs and private military companies to focus on fomenting instability for their own strategic and financial benefit. So the United States is mad at Russia that Russia's trying to use the hustle that the United States has been given. But the thing is though, is that it's a known fact that worldwide, Russia is a mass military manufacturer and sells high-quality military weapons for cheap. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Turkey. Turkey is actually a part of NATO, and they had gotten in trouble a couple years back for buying S-400 missile defense systems because Russia sells them so cheap. Russia be trapping when it comes to military equipment. The whole damn big-ass Russian continent is a big-ass military trap house. Them motherfuckers is cutting it for real and selling it out. That's why they got Victor Bout's ass back. Matter of fact, Victor Bout probably in Africa right now. They probably got him in a suit. You know what I'm saying? Selling arms and shit. Knocking on the door like the vacuum cleaner man, except for he got a big ass nuclear warhead in his hand. Hey, have you seen this one yet? This is the 2025 model, you know what I'm saying, of the Sarmat. It's got nice accommodations, you know what I'm saying? GPS, Uber. It also has a nice little app that you can download for your cell phone called Find My Nuke, in case, you know, one happens to disappear after a meeting with those sneaky Americans. Hint, hint, wink, wink, hint, hint. Like, really? Yeah, they selling it for the low. You know what I'm saying? Psst, hey, come here. Man, I sell you like 500 missiles for like $3. You know what I'm saying? I got like, oh, you see this truck over here? Look at this. Look at this. Come over here to this truck. Like, man, it's a whole ass nuclear missile in this truck. I'll sell you the truck and the missile. $2, nigga. That's what Russia out here doing. Right, the Nightbot know who not to mess with. It's a robot Karen. Shout out to Chanel. Chanel says the African Union is run by puppets that America and the British put in place. See that? Yeah, y'all know I got jokes, man. Y'all know I got jokes. You know what I'm saying? Them Russian cats out there on the corner like Young Jeezy. You know what I'm saying? I put on for my city. You know what I'm saying? Out there in Moscow on the block. Oh, man, that's crazy. During an appearance with Blinken on Wednesday, Ghanaian President Nana Addo expressed alarm about the presence of mercenaries from Russia's Wagner Group in Burkina Faso, directly north of Ghana. This follows a similar deployment of Wagner's forces in Burkina Faso's immediate neighbor, Mali. Today, Russian mercenaries are on our border, said Addo, adding that he believed Birkenby authorities had given the Wagner Group control of a mine for payment. I mean, these motherfuckers have a military that sound like a damn law firm. You know they not playing. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers will get your financial folder together and nuke your ass. You know what I'm saying? We'll have your assets returning 25% in no time. You know what I'm saying? And blow your ass off this planet too. Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I'm talking about a crazy ass business model. Sheesh. Motherfuckers sound like they sell commercial real estate too. We have a nice property over here on the shore. You know what I'm saying? Under the water down there, you know what I'm saying? We have a couple S-400 missile defense systems in case anything suspicious ever happens to come your way. Fuck y'all into. Get a business card talking about the Wagner Group and that shit got ricin on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Y'all are too damn shady. Russians have cultural shade. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, God damn. Somebody always end up dead or poisoned or a random motherfucker that ain't never been around a nuclear plant just in the hospital with radiation poison and shit, fucking around with some damn Russians. Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Be careful with that one. So the Wagner Group is out here trying to control a mine. You know what I'm saying? And that the country's prime minister had recently visited Moscow. Yeah, I would deal with that problem like real quick if I was them. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, people are not happy about these climate quote unquote reparations, quote unquote. And Biden is sitting up here pandering. Panda, 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 panda. You know what I'm saying? He doing that shit. Well, I know they just came up with a random ass name and shit. We'll call our group the Wagner Group. What? You mean that shit ain't called the Schwarzkopf or some weird ass shit? It's not called the Sheravinsky Group or something? Nah, we're the Wagner Group. Okay. All right. Whatever. I'm not about to argue with your ass. Motherfucker pull out the damn remote start for the car and it's a damn mini nuke. I'm good, man. Y'all play really dirty. Facts, Al. Man, Russian KGB operates like death row. You know what I'm saying? Did you ever? There was a German politician that they poisoned with some kind of radiation, some kind of chemical. They good for poisoning motherfuckers, man. Like I'm saying, like you just get sick. You know what I'm saying? You be 20 years old one day and come back from a trip from St. Petersburg and on the plane flight, you just notice your hair start falling out. Fuck. I forget what the name. I think he was a German politician. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but yeah, you know, if y'all want to, And I really didn't mean to do that. You know what I'm saying? But since it's up here, you know what I'm saying? People who enjoy the channel, membership definitely helps. Not only, you know what I'm saying, does membership help me? You know what I'm saying? It helps you too. Because members on this channel get bootleg episodes of just talking. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. But don't tell TD I said that shit though. If you tell TD, they're not gonna be bootleg. You know what I'm saying? So you can get the bootleg episodes of Just Talking with TD and access to the membership stuff. It's only 99 cents. It's only $1 a month, man. It's only $1. You know what I'm saying? So anybody that's interested in that, hit that link. You know what I'm saying? That shit would definitely help. But if not, if you can't afford $1, trust me, I get it, man. The economy is crazy. Everybody ain't out here getting climate reparations. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us about to be paying climate bills. Start turning on that heat and your electric bill start looking like a damn car payment. You know what I'm saying? So this is some other shit. Biden has agreed to pay climate reparations. I think TD actually did a video on this. If you guys have not checked out TD's video on this, check his video out on this and don't do like Gunna. Don't snitch on me about the bootleg Just Talking. Okay? Don't sit up there and talk about one thing that I do know for sure is that Blacklight Revelations has illegal episodes of Just Talking on his membership tab. But what I can say is that I've never engaged in watching them. Don't do no Gunna shit, please. Don't get up there and dry snitch acting like I'm not testifying. I'm just blaming you for everything. You know what I'm saying? I see what the only thing that I can confirm. The only thing that I can confirm is that there's illegal episodes on the membership chat or on the membership page. I didn't watch them though. I'm just saying I ain't seen the shit. You know, I happen to be scrolling, and as much as I wanted to watch them because they dope, you know what I'm saying? I didn't, but I know they there though. I couldn't tell you where, but I know they there though. Like don't do me like Gunna, man. Don't do that. And then come out having y'all lawyers say, well, Rob, you know, they didn't really snitch. What they did was they took the Alfred plea. You know what I'm saying? They took the Alfred plea. You know, all they did was just maintain their own innocence. Who the hell else put them on the membership page? Jay, you stupid. He said wink, wink. Well, I mean, all of that would need to be paid to a psychiatrist because you know none of us can think right. We're all stupid. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that he was one of the people that has doctor in front of his name that helped to write the bell curve, but apparently so. You know what I'm saying? He forgot to issue lashes for that. You know what I'm saying? U.S. will pay up to $1 billion to compensate developing countries for global warming, but gas-guzzling China won't have to pay into the global fund. Like, just everything is just always victim when it comes to like the privileged in the United States. Oh, well, we didn't do anything wrong because China's doing it. Like, really? They don't care about destroying the world or destroying the planet. The only thing that they care about is that China's just not doing it. China, like, I'm not paying this shit. China is doing like how I do with my bills. They looked at that shit, threw it down somewhere, and went on about their business. Oh, these motherfuckers talking about we pollute. I'm putting this on the coffee table and keep on moving. I got shit to do. Right before Joe Biden had another urinary incontinence episode, he announced that we'll pay up to $1 billion to compensate developing countries for global warming. So that'll be some shit we'll be getting taxed for. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if Joe Biden uses biodegradable incontinence products. I'd like to know. The fund negotiated at the UN COP27 summit was originally known as a loss and damage fund and has been blocked by previous administrations. The deal is already more than a day late, as nearly 200 nations were anxious for an accord they could bill as a step forward in the fight against climate change. The nations involved are largely from Asia, Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, and the South Pacific. I mean, that's pretty much all of non-European planet Earth. I mean, they may as well have just said the rest of the world. I mean, where else is left off of here? Like, literally, this only excludes Europe and America. I mean, in Antarctica. You know what I'm saying? They got all kind of classified shit going on over there, so you know they ain't about to say shit about that. But I mean, they talking about the nation's large. Look at this. So what this shows you is that the majority of the world is in poverty. Shout out to Kelly for answering the Nightbot. Most of the world is in poverty, man. Why is most of the world in poverty? Who did it? Where's Tucker Carlson at? Let's sit down and have a difficult conversation about why the entire world is messed up. Then the conversation will turn into, well, I mean, everybody throws garbage on the floor. Notice how it's never, I didn't do anything wrong. It's, well, this person did that. Well, I mean, these people literally just piss in the middle of the street. It's just like slavery. I mean, everybody was doing it. I mean, it's just like anti-black racism. I mean, everybody's doing it, so it can't be wrong. Really? Alrighty. Biden was granted $1 billion to help developing countries tackle climate change, although it's unclear if that cash will go into this fund. The president also faces having his plans stymied by the GOP majority House, which would have to approve any funding. I don't think we need to go any further than this summary here. But what this basically is more money that the Democrats are giving to people that didn't vote for them. Okay? Because that's what the Democrats do, is give out money to people that didn't vote for their asses. Oh, you didn't vote for me? Here goes some money. You didn't vote for me? Here goes some money. You not American? Here goes some money. We should make a game. Like, you know how Milton Bradley be coming out with them games? We should come out with a game called Here Goes Some Money. And it'll be like Joe Biden, and it'll be like a Pez dispenser with his stupid looking head on it. And it'll be kind of like Hungry Hippos, except for it'll just be this thing circling around with little baskets, and just like little stacks of dollar bills just randomly pop out of Joe Biden's mouth. And the goal of the game is to catch as many stacks of dollar bills as you can. You know what I'm saying? That shit gonna be called Here Goes Some Money by Milton Bradley. You know what I'm saying? You can get a "You Ain't Black" bonus every time somebody that's in a Latin country, or every time somebody that's in an Asian country catches the money. Joe Biden's eyes will light up, and it'd be like, "You ain't black, you ain't black, you ain't black." You know what I'm saying? And you would get fireworks like Hunter Biden to come out the middle and shoot a gun off in the air, and then it'll go back to the game. Or like Hunter Biden come out of the middle and just blow cocaine all over the place and then sink back down into the game. You know what I'm saying? So now this woman right here has some interesting things to say. You know what I'm saying? So let's listen to what she's talking about. I don't know who the hell she is, and I don't know what the hell she's talking about, but I guarantee you what she says will be interesting. So let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Steve Clemens, and I have a question. Can President Biden convince African leaders that America is a better partner than China? Let's get to the bottom line.
Now, here goes my question for you guys. I want you guys to answer that question in the comment section. I did what I did. Hey, we should have like a little Shannon Sharp will come out and like block the money. He'll like slap it down out of people's mouths. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes he'll just randomly, like at the higher levels, he'll just like pop up and like tackle Joe Biden at times and then stand over him and be like, I did what I did, and then sink back down into the game. Or he'll come out and just scare Joe Biden. Like he'll be right about to spit some money and he'll just come out and yell right in his face, I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. And then Joe Biden start choking on the money. You know what I'm saying? Y'all petty, man. Cameron said drop the beat again. Before we start this video, y'all want to hear that shit? Y'all want to hear that? Y'all want to hear that stupid ass shit before oh damn, I messed up. See, y'all got me doing too much. Before we start this, if y'all want to hear it, let me know. Give me some radiation emojis in the comment section if y'all want to hear it. Y'all petty, man. Y'all ain't paid attention to a damn thing I said. Y'all just want to hear that stupid ass beat. Shout out to Deneen. What up with it, Deneen? All right, I got you. I got you. Hold on real quick, man. Hold on. Just make sure y'all smashing that like button. Hit that bell if you're not subscribed. Oh wow, man, y'all are too wild for me.
I'm in the effing Hall. I'm in the effing Hall. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You willing to take a personal shot at me? Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You willing to take a personal shot at me? Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You willing to take a personal shot at me? Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You're willing to take a personal shot at me. Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You're willing to take a personal shot at me. Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Man, y'all are too petty, man. You know what, man? In addition to having to, you know what I'm saying, read a couple issues of Muhammad Speaks and, you know what I'm saying, talk to, you know, Louis Farrakhan and, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Claude Anderson and meet with some quote unquote leaders in the Black community. You know what I'm saying? I think that as conditions of Skip Bayless's apology, him and Shay Shay should have to make an actual video for that song. And the video for that song should be the intro to Undisputed indefinitely. He said, put your glasses back on. I'm telling you, man. Watch. You know what I'm saying? I'll be right outside the studio. Yeah, that's what we want. You know what I'm saying? Go get Kyrie. You know what I'm saying? Go get Israel United in Christ to come up with a synchronized dance for that. You know what I'm saying? Get 1,000 Israelites to just do that shit on TikTok. Yeah, let's get it cracking. Let's get this shit together. You know what I'm saying? Cut us that check. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's check this out.
This week, the White House hosts leaders from 49 African countries to try and convince them that their continent is a real priority for America. It's going to be a hard sell since many
Listen, man. Listen. Look, you don't never do that with no Cleveland team. You don't ever say that they're winning. You just sit there and watch until that shit is over. Because the moment you say that they winning, literally that's the moment when everything just flips upside down and then they end up getting destroyed. I can't believe they winning. What's the score? Look, Kelly said play it again after this. Y'all crazy. That'll be the outro. I'll play it on the outro.
Africans feel that Washington has treated them with a lot of benign neglect, more of a problem than an opportunity. A place that's full of precious minerals that we want, like lithium and cobalt.
Now, I found it fascinating that he said that Africans feel that Americans have treated them with a lot of benign neglect, right? Like, that's interesting. Shit, 13-3. That's not a safe lead for no Cleveland team to have. Nah, I ain't call you a bum. Hey, Mr. Knickerbocker said, don't play it no more. Look, Kelly wanted to get played. And hey, Mr. Knickerbocker says, don't play it no more. If y'all want me to play it as the outro, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't want me to play it as an outro, give me a thumbs down. And if the moderators can keep count, give me a count of the thumbs up and the thumbs down. And whoever wins, that's what we're going to do. Every answer is going to be like, I did what I did. So look, even if you lose, right? If it's more thumbs up than it is thumbs down, and I play it, I'm just be like, I know I said this, but I did what I did. I said I would go by the vote, but I did what I did.
Going to be a hard sell, since many Africans feel that Washington has treated them with a lot of benign neglect, more of a problem than an opportunity. A place that's full of precious minerals that we want, like lithium and cobalt, which America needs for its electric cars, but also a place loaded with security concerns and humanitarian crises and corruption. Meanwhile, Russia's kind of zoomed to the top as Africa's #1 weapons dealer, and China.
Is it just me, or is it like kind of weird? Like this station right here, this YouTube channel, like it's got like smooth jazz R&B with like just like your average everyday white newscaster just talking. You know what I'm saying? Like this is, it's got like it's got like that old like 90s urban radio feel with a random white dude just talking about the news. Like I'm sitting here listening to this like, okay, you know what I'm saying?
China's trade with African countries has reached a record $261 billion last year. That's about 5 times more than the U.S. An African youth survey by Ichiko.
Like this shit, y'all remember Higbee's and May Company and shit? This sound like the this sound like the men's clothing department.
Its Family Foundation found that 77% of youth across the continent identified China as the most important nation for Africa's future, not the United States. Plus, China deals with whatever government is in place, no questions asked, while the U.S. cherry picks its allies and offers lectures about democracy. So can the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit here in Washington, D.C. turn things around? And what can America offer that Africa really wants? Today, we're talking with Arikana Chihombori Kwao, the former ambassador of the African Union to the United States. She's also the founder of the Africa Diaspora Development Initiative, which aims to link Africans abroad back to the continent. Ambassador, it's such a pleasure to talk with you today. This big summit is going on right now in Washington, D.C. You're in Zimbabwe. I guess I want to start by asking you, what do the leaders of Africa and President Biden have to get right after this week that you think is essential?
Thank you for having me. This is a very important summit. It's a conversation between the continent and the United States, a conversation that...
Like that shit sounds like that music is like late night after the club, pillow talk on Z 107.9, your #1 radio station for hip hop, R&B, and slow jam. Like I'm like literally waiting for the DJ to announce that Keith Sweat about to come next. You know what I'm saying?
Is desperately needed, particularly at this time in our history and in our life. The United States, let me start by saying, it still remains the most preferred trading partner for the African nations. However, like I used to tell the State Department and any engagements that we've had with the United States, I failed during my tenure that the United States was slowly losing ground, and they were risking losing their position as Africa's preferred trading partner. So this is a very important meeting that I hope that if the United States, like I used to tell my colleagues, I felt that the United States, if this was a basketball game, the United States...
Like this, I want some wine and a cigar. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? Like I want some red Moscato and a cigar. Like that. That music is distracting the hell out of me.
needed to call for timeout, for US needed to realize that this is a new game and it required new rules of engagement, therefore a need for the United States to re-strategize. I'm hoping that for a change, this meeting...
I'm waiting when they put when they put the camera back on the white dude, he gonna be like, yes, so in the motherland of Africa, what could be done to strengthen our relationship? Like, you know what I'm saying?
The United States can begin to realize it's no longer business as usual. It's no longer a case of the United States saying, we make policy and we tell the Africans. That has got to
Right.
change. It is a recipe for disaster. It is a recipe for the United States seeing itself losing its place as Africa's preferred trading partner. That's what makes this meeting very important. And I'm
Hell
hoping
yeah,
that the
bro. Facts, Terrence. You know the curtains is blowing and the candles is on and shit. Facts, Reef. Quiet Storm 107.5. I just want to let you know that we apologize deeply for our atrocities. What can we do to make things a little bit more comfortable for you? Look, right. That's what white people be saying about reparations and shit. We be like, nigga, time to cut the check. They be like, we did what we did. Nobody alive today was a slave. We did what we did.
US can call for timeout and understand that engaging Africa at this time, it is a new game that is calling for new rules of engagement, and therefore it is time to re-strategize and treat the Africans fairly, treat the Africans respectfully, and treat the Africans as equal partners.
You know, Ambassador, I think one of the things that I'm trying to be sensitive to...
I'm not trying to be funny, but I can't listen to this shit no more because I'm like waiting for somebody to just start dirty talking and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just waiting for somebody to just like bust out and get real raunchy with that music playing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is just, yeah. That's that Quiet Storm shit. But y'all basically get the picture though. Y'all get the picture. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we way off task. You know what I'm saying? It's all good though. It's all good though. I haven't posted anything, you know what I'm saying, on my Crimecast channel lately. You know what I'm saying? I think the last time I posted something on my Crimecast channel was like I'll say like last week. So I gotta put some more content on there. You know what I'm saying? Because we're the only ones that commit crimes. You know what I'm saying? We're the only ones that commit crimes. You know what I'm saying? Shit like this is just people having fun. Michigan sheriff says that a man with filed down teeth kidnapped and sexually assaulted a woman for 3 weeks. I mean, you know, this motherfucker right here filed his teeth to points and used them to threaten a woman. I mean, he turned his damn teeth into some lethal weapons. This is real shit. You know what I'm saying? Look at this motherfucking mouth right here. He got his teeth look just like Hunter Biden's teeth. Tattoos all on his face. Got the Kevin Gates X marks the spot right in the middle of his forehead. A drawn on ass Robin mask. Look at them damn teeth. He said he was gonna rip this woman's throat out with them damn teeth. Remember Mike Epps, he was like, I got niggas that's piranhas. Teeth like there. Like, there they go right there. That was one of the piranhas that Mike Epps was talking about when he was acting like Ghostface. This woman right here, as you can see on the side, she embezzled nearly $600,000 from a school for family vacation. Guys, we're going to Florida. So he kidnapped this woman. She was vulnerable, and then he sexually assaulted her for 3 weeks. Sheesh. Threatened to rip out her throat if she didn't do what she was told to. I bet you she believed his ass when he opened his mouth. I'll rip out your throat. Oh, shit. Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson on Wednesday revealed the disturbing details of the case in a press conference that led to the arrest of Michael Barajas. His name should have been Baraka. You remember Baraka from Mortal Kombat? That motherfucker got teeth just like Baraka. 36 years old on December 8th. Swanson and Barajas had filed his teeth down to points and threatened the victim. I'm sorry, it's not a funny situation. Threatened to bite the victim and rip her throat out during the course of her 3-week imprisonment. Why did you file your teeth down like that? Like, who comes up with that? Like, I just, you know what, I just woke up and I just thought of some shit that I'm finna do today. What you about to do? I'm about to file my teeth down. Why? Why? I mean, like, why would you do that? Swanson said at the week of Thanksgiving, a pregnant woman in her early 20s had been kicked out of the house. Barajas spotted the vulnerable woman walking along the street and pulled up his car. He offered her a warm shower, a bite to eat, and a place to stay. She didn't know her ass was about to be the bite he was finna eat. And a warm shower, that was just a marinade. I'm gonna clean off my meat before I eat it. Man, you was a nasty motherfucker, man. Just weird ass. Why would you do that? Like, never mind, dude. The victim accepted. I mean, but why would never mind. It'd be some weird. These crimes be having some weird circumstances. Like why would you get in a car with him? Let me ask you, would anybody in here get in the car if this dude pulled up? I got a shower for it. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm keep on driving now. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys show some love and drop some radiation emojis to Chanel. You know what I'm saying? Chanel has just become a member. Ladies and gentlemen, the membership is only 99 cents per month. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got 99 cents. Help your boy out. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you not only will be helping the channel, which I will definitely appreciate, but you get access to all kinds of cool stuff like episodes of Just Talking. You know what I'm saying? She must have been at rock bottom. Hell yeah, crack rock bottom. You know what I'm saying? The victim accepted, not knowing that she would be repeatedly raped and trafficked for the following 3 weeks. Once the pair arrived to a dilapidated home, he looks like he lives in a dilapidated home. I mean, he looks like that. I don't know what kind of house she thought she was going to, getting in a car with somebody that looked like that. Barajas allegedly locked her inside of a room and tied her to a bed. Genesee officials said they found rope at the scene. The victim's room had an exterior deadbolt, and all the windows in the home were screwed shut. Oh, yeah, you weird. Man, when you seen the bolt when you see it, why would you go in somewhere that got a lock from the outside on it? You already know what time it is if you're doing that. Barajas repeatedly sexually assaulted the pregnant woman. And she was pregnant during this and had other people come over to sexually assault and traffic her, police said. This guy used the opportunity to not only sexually assault, but have people come over and traffic her as she was tied forcibly to the bed while they assaulted her, Swanson said. Swanson said the woman attempted to escape the deadbolted room 3 times. The first time she ran out of an open door during an exchange, but Barajas and the other suspects chased her down, firing shots at her, then dragging her back to the bedroom. A second attempted escape also led to her recapture. On December 8th, the victim suffered a medical emergency related to her pregnancy and was seen by nurses, hold on real quick, who recognized that the woman was in need of serious help. Swanson said during the entire time she was kept at the house, Barajas biting to bite her with his sharp fangs. Like, man, that's crazy. Man, that's crazy. We commit all of the crimes except for the ones like this. You know what I'm saying? Barajas threatened that if she didn't do everything she was told to do, he would bite her neck and rip her throat out. The sheriff held up a photo of Barajas and then showed his teeth, which appeared to be filed to sharp points. Swanson said Barajas groomed the woman by filling her need of shelter and even forced her to write a letter where she described Barajas as her daddy. They need to make a damn Netflix movie out of this craziness. Yeah, this is wild. Facts, AB. Call me daddy or else I'm going to bite your throat out. Like, man, what is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? This guy is a monster. If you look at the teeth that are filed down and the threats of ripping a throat out, I will say no more. After the nurses alerted authorities to the woman's need, police raided the home and arrested Barajas on multiple charges, including human trafficking, kidnapping, sexual assault, possession of, imagine this, methamphetamine, ecstasy, and other charges. And he was probably high on all of them at the same time. He was doing that Hunter Biden type party. One of these days, Hunter Biden gonna wake up with his face tattooed like this and teeth, well, his teeth already look like this. So Hunter Biden just gonna wake up with his face looking like that one day. He gonna say Russian women did it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Barajas is booked in jail. Look at this, $250,000 bond, $30,000 bond per charge. He should be on a higher bond than that. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing that they don't talk about in the criminal justice system. That's one thing that Professor Black Truth always focuses on when he does his crime reports. You know what I'm saying? Is the disparities in the bonding. You know what I'm saying? The disparities in the bonding. Man, if you harm a black person or if you're not black and you commit a crime, the bond is always significantly lower. Like, look at this, man. You can't make this up. You know what I'm saying? And is scheduled to be in court for a probable cause conference on December 22nd. The sheriff says that the investigation is still ongoing and authorities are asking for tips finding the other suspects. Anyone who knows something about the crime or any known associates of Barajas is being asked to call 911 or 810-257-3422. That's insanity. You know what I'm saying? Now, look at this. They always talking about these families, right? Because we're the only people with dysfunctional families. What race was the victim? I'm not sure. That's a good question, though. A lot of times when it's a black victim, they don't show it or they don't say nothing. Remember, we're the only ones that have dysfunctional families. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, there's nothing like coming home from a 9 to 5 of doing crime and literally just getting every woman pregnant that you see by looking at them, because that's literally the only thing that we do. You know what I'm saying? Georgia mother and her son arrested during a drug raid. 17-year-old charged with distribution of fentanyl. Sounds like a great family, right? Mother and son in Georgia were arrested during a drug raid at their home on December 3rd. There they go right there. The Peachtree City Police Department says that 17-year-old Bradley Cantor, as well as his mother, Ashley Cantor, were arrested during a drug raid at their home during the early morning hours of December 3rd, and they face several drug-related charges, according to Fox 5. Police similarly raided the home in 2021, and Bradley Cantor's case was dealt with in a juvenile court because he was 16 at the time. You know what I'm saying? Which, you know, that's not what happens when it comes to somebody that's our age. Or I mean somebody that's like us. You know what I'm saying? They run that shit as an adult. You know what I'm saying? You know, you gotta keep people's attention, Chanel. gotta see who paying attention out here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So this is them. Look at this. You know what I'm saying? They like, you know, Heisenberg and shit. He was charged with distribution and sales of marijuana, THC oils, controlled substance, prescription medications, as well as fentanyl. Ashley Cantor, the teen's mother, is being charged with keeping a disorderly house. I didn't know that was a charge. I didn't know that there was a I didn't know there was a such thing, keeping a disorderly house. And felony drug possession. She wasn't charged after the 2021 raid. Police say that Bradley Cantor's girlfriend was also at the house when the raid took place and faces juvenile drug charges. So they're protecting them. You know what I'm saying? This lady got charged with having a messy house. Like, are you serious? Y'all had all kind of drugs and trapping and shit, and all you got charged with was having a messy house. Must be nice. But I guess that's the bonus that you get when you're not the one that commits all the crimes. Because remember, we commit all of them. Literally every single crime that takes place in the United States, it's us. You know what I'm saying? And remember, pay very close attention to the news media source that I'm getting all of these articles from. This is Fox. They have so much to say about every single thing except shit like this. You know what I'm saying? This is a black woman. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Pennsylvania woman embezzled nearly $600,000 from school for family vacations, IVF treatment. You know what I'm saying? Catherine Papraka allegedly embezzled more than $500,000 from Penn Christian Academy in East Norrington, Pennsylvania. She says she's going on vacation and shit. This man right here, you see on the side, I mean, they just keep coming. But we're the only ones that commit all the crimes. I mean, what are we going to do about all of this black crime? I guess we just have to report the few white people that commit crimes just to make everybody feel good. I mean, really? Come on now. That's literally the narrative that they run, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the narrative that they run. Matter of fact, I got to hurry up and get done with this so I can go up the street and go rob Circle K real quick. You know what I'm saying? They don't be keeping that much money in the register after certain hours. So I gotta hurry up and get this stream done because literally that's all we all do. You know what I'm saying? A former school administrator, and this was an administrator, so she was somebody that was in a trusted position. You know what I'm saying? Embezzled nearly $600,000 from the school where she worked, then used the stolen money to purchase family vacations. She got rental properties too. Shout out to the property ownership. That's that legacy wealth. You know what I'm saying? Wealth building. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you already know it's a joke. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a criminal. And I'm good. I have validation, you know what I'm saying, that I will be somewhere where crime will not be possible for me to commit tonight. You know what I'm saying? So they could try whatever they want to. Motherfucker, you said you was doing this. Yep, but this paper says that I was here, and so does my iPhone. You know what I'm saying? Y'all like bringing shit into court. Y'all sure as hell illegally got Young Thug's phone into the damn court. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the wealth builders. You know what I'm saying? She using them generational tactics to build her wealth. Oh, look, she got turkey bastered. In vitro fertilization medical treatment. She wanted some kids too. Trying to keep that birth rate up. That's the only reason why Fox covering this shit. Tucker Carlson to come on TV. White Americans are being replaced. This poor white woman in Pennsylvania faced with difficulty in childbirth as a result of things like affirmative action and black people, was forced to steal. I don't believe it was stealing. It hasn't been proven yet. I like the term borrowing. $500,000, America, for her child. This is a result of woke politics, a liberal government, and anti-white racism. It's a shame. This is what happens when you have borders in Texas open. The Democrat establishment running the country. Tucker, this woman was just a criminal. She was shiesty and a thief. You know what I'm saying? And whoever she with trying to get her pregnant was more sterile than a safety pin right before you about to poke a splinter out with it. You know what I'm saying? That's what the actual situation is here. You know what I'm saying? She spent this on a diverse amount of merchandise. She got family vacations with it. Clearly, they were slaycations because she was trying to get knocked up. You know what I'm saying? In vitro fertilization and medical treatments. You know what I'm saying? She wanted some more kids. I feel so empty. Catherine Paprocka, who is 36, was a senior administrator at Penn Christian Academy in East Norrington, July 2020 to December 2021. The Montgomery County District Attorney's Office said the school alerted authorities about the possible embezzlement and shared documents that showed funding irregularities, which officials said included regular payments to crowdfunding platform, as well as 3 other small business lenders that help organizations that don't qualify for traditional bank financing. Paprocka's name was signed electronically to each loan and listed her as the senior administrator or owner or executive director and owner of Penn Christian Academy, authorities said. However, the school is a nonprofit educational institution and does not have ownership. Investigators also learned that $62,974.79 had been paid to Paprocka's American Express credit card. When the school board requested information about those expenses, Paprocka only submitted approximately $12,000 of in-school related expenses. Further investigation determined that Paprocka had defrauded the school, its employees, payroll, and billing company of $579,651.89, the district attorney's office said. She allegedly assumed the identities and forged the signatures of multiple employees and volunteers of the school, secured payroll funding, and mismanaged hundreds of thousands of dollars that belonged to the school. Paprocka used more than $500,000 stolen funds for family vacations to London, New York, and Florida, as well as for other activities, including rental properties, car rentals, clothing purchases, restaurant meals, Amazon purchases, and payments for in vitro fertilization medical treatments, the district attorney's office said. I mean, she was literally out here doing everything. She was out here doing everything. You ever just wonder sometimes, you know what I'm saying? You be like, man, how you got all this money? I mean, I'm not a hater. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't be hating. But sometimes I just be looking at people like, how you got all that money? You know what I'm saying? A lot of times it'd be situations like this. Well, we just work hard and we're smarter than you all because you all only have 68 IQs, and that's why you spend all of your time committing all the crime. No, we spend our time just trying to figure out why we make the same amount of money and this chick is going to London every other week. You know what I'm saying? I don't be pocket watching and nothing like that, you know. I don't be doing no shit like that. Yeah, man. I'd be noticing shit sometimes. Like, damn. For real? You literally get a brand new Lexus with all the options every year. And you work at McDonald's part-time. You know what I'm saying? And every time we go somewhere, you pay. You volunteer. Nah, I got you, bro. I got you. You're either like a master budget person, like you have like Super Saiyan level skills at budgeting, or something ain't adding up. You know what I'm saying? Facts, Kelly. If you guys agree with Kelly, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And also, help your boy out with a thumbs up on the video. We got 63 likes right now. That's awesome. We almost about to get to that point where we getting 100 likes every stream. And YouTube still ain't doing shit for the channel, but it's all good, though. You know what I'm saying? Paprika is charged with a slew of felony counts, including forgery, theft by deception, deceptive or fraudulent business practices, and other related charges. Look at her low-ass bail. She stole damn near $500,000. She stole more than $500,000, and her bail is $99,000. She got 99 problems, and bail ain't one. Hit me. She had to surrender her passport to the court and is forbidden from leaving the state. She's a damn flight risk, and her bail is under $100,000. That's the unspoken disparities of the criminal justice system. They don't even talk about, there's so many black people out here getting killed unjustly by the police. We don't even get a chance to have a conversation about why is your bail only $2? You went up the street and shot 16 people. Look at this. Look at this shit. Watch this. Look at this. I'm about to show y'all something. Hold on real quick. Now, this is what's funny. Do you guys hear that? What you guys hear right now is what I'm hearing. But look at this. There's literally nothing making that noise. You see that? Like, look at this. Look at this. Ain't that crazy? Isn't that like why does that do that? See, all I did was just refresh the page now. Now no sound. I got this shit booming in my ears in the background, and like y'all can't hear it. I'm like, oh. Kansas man arrested in connection with kidnapping of a 14-year-old Arkansas girl. Man, what is up with all of this insanity doing things to these young kids? These people are more worried about critical race theory than stuff like this. Look, see how I just came on? Here we go. See, now I found it, but it won't let me stop it. Look. See that? Look. Look at that. See? Like, it's just got a mind of its own. You're not going to talk about that crime. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to sit here and keep trolling us and making us look bad. Seriously? Actually, yes, I am. You know what I'm saying? You're a disgrace. Isn't there something else you can talk about? Like, yeah. But I'm not gonna. You know what I'm saying? Isn't there something else you could talk about here? Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of shit that I could talk about. You know what I'm saying? I just rather talk about this shit, like shit like this. Former Hooters waitress accused of murder. So she out here killing people. I told people these OnlyFans models are dangerous. You know what I'm saying? She told the judges that she could pay her lowered bond with this OnlyFans cash. Y'all thought I was joking, man, when I started that Bad Girls Gone Worse series, and I was talking about how the OnlyFans model money, you know what I'm saying, is having damning effects on the racial wealth gap. You now have suspected murderers using their thought dollars to be able to get out of jail on bond. So look at this. Check this out. She didn't tell her to shut up and serve food. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Look at this. Shut up and serve food. Or, you know what I'm saying? Shut up and take your clothes off. Like Laura Ingraham ain't say none of that. She didn't have none of that LeBron James smoke. Shut up and take your clothes off. She didn't say that.
And surprised a lot of people last week by announcing it would actually ban pornography. But today, the site reversed the decision and is now going to be a platform, once again, for total depravity. Now, far worse, OnlyFans is giving a green light to sickos and perverts to exploit our kids. And
hey, now. Hey, now. Total depravity.
In fact, a recent BBC investigation made a shocking discovery. OnlyFans was failing to prevent under 18s from selling and appearing in explicit videos. BBC News was able to set up 2 subscriber accounts in French and German, despite...
Now look at this. You see how they did the BBC investigation? They only investigated the OnlyFans that deal with the BBC. Racism. No, I'm just playing.
Explicitly stating they were young teenagers in the bios and advertising the sale of photographs. Joining me now is Layla Micklethwait, founder and CEO of Justice Defense Fund. Layla, I know you have been tracking this. You've been all over this issue from day one. What do parents watching this tonight need to understand about this website, OnlyFans?
Sure. Well, I think what's important to understand, first of all, is the context in which this is happening with OnlyFans. In 2020, Pornhub, the world's largest porn website, was globally exposed and condemned for complicity in mass sexual crime, including child exploitation, rape, and sex trafficking. Visa, MasterCard, and Discover subsequently stopped doing business with Pornhub, and there have been 7 lawsuits.
Now, here go my question. How does it get that bad when that happens? How do you allow that on your platform? I mean, you have to put in like age and stuff like that when you sign up for YouTube. How are they letting them get away with that? And mind you, the United States government and all of the oversight agencies are allowing them to continue to do business. No RICO charges. You know what I'm saying? No RICO charges. Now, my question for you guys is, why is this being allowed? Does that make any sense?
That have been launched against the company for class actions. And one of those lawsuits on behalf of 34 victims, 14 who were children when they were exploited on the site, not only sued Pornhub, but they also sued Visa for knowingly profiting from the sex trafficking venture. This has caused the credit card companies to reassess their liability and whether they want to do business with such sites that are reckless and negligent.
I mean, like, here go my thing, right? In order for OnlyFans to pay the models, and the models have to have some kind of bank account, right? And they also, if giving the bank account information, have to give identification information, put in social security numbers for the tax ID. So that means that they're doing sloppy work and they're just not paying attention to any of this stuff. And I agree, Deneen, the people in power are also customers, and Terrence is absolutely right. Porn lobbyists. And I agree with Kelly. I think they want to normalize it. Now, when I say normalize it, let's be specific here. I'm talking about this underage stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all know I ain't got no problem with OnlyFans. I'm talking about the actual illegal shit. You know what I'm saying? As far as OnlyFans go, you know what I'm saying? You know, yeah. But that underage shit, nah, that's not cool. That needs to be called out. That's some bullshit. And I don't see how the credit card companies, not only just the credit card companies though, the banks where they send the direct deposits to, none of these people ever investigate the ages or look at the IDs or any of that. How do they calculate the tax forms, the W-2s? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of illegal practices going on, and they're just letting it go. It's just okay.
And their moderation and verification practices, and that is including OnlyFans.
Layla, that begs the question, why would credit card companies want to be part of a site that facilitates transactions that exploit sexually children? And that's what ends up happening, whether it's by chance or whether it's by glitches in their platform. But this is a huge problem, and it's against every country's law, as far as I can tell. So why would they continue to do it? Just pure cash, pure money?
Yes, I mean, this is financially driven decisions, I think, on all accounts. But with the credit card companies, what they've realized with the Pornhub fiasco is that they're liable to be sued if they continue to do business with sites that are engaged in reckless moderation and verification policies. So what they did recently was they enacted policies that they will not allow these porn sites to do business with them without rigorous moderation, without age, and unambiguous consent verification of every individual in every video. And that was supposed to take place on October 1st, that those policies would be enacted. And it's not a coincidence that OnlyFans decided that on October 1st, they were going to drop all porn content before reversing that decision.
Well, I want to play something for our viewers so people understand what is really happening on this site. This was an interview that CBS did with one of the women in that porn suit, in the Pornhub lawsuit. Let's watch.
Is there any possibility that Pornhub tried to contact you to confirm your age?
No, they did not.
To confirm that it was consensual?
They did not.
They didn't?
They did not.
How many people saw it?
Over 200,000.
Over 200,000, Lila. A lot of these girls decide, their life is forever changed. A lot of them feel like their life is ruined or even over, which itself is horrific. Lila, final thought.
Yeah, and look, I've spoken to victims, not only of Pornhub, but of OnlyFans. Recently, a girl who was a child who was blackmailed into violent sex acts, and that child pornography, that CSAM, was uploaded and monetized on OnlyFans. And so if you've been a victim of OnlyFans or Pornhub or any other website for that matter, reach out.
So now my question is, what happens to the people that are engaging in the act? Like, I agree that Pornhub and OnlyFans have an obligation to make sure that they're checking and doing verification processes. But what I find fascinating is that, like, aren't you like kind of concerned about like the men who are doing this to these children? There's, you know what I mean? Like, it's that particular element of it is Pornhub and OnlyFans' fault. What about the actual perpetrators? See, so like that's what you got to pay attention to, like when it comes to the mainstream media, and pay very close attention to why they're putting the blame on the company and not the actual individuals who, let's say, kidnapped this child and is doing these atrocities to them, because we know the profile of that individual. So whatever we have to do to make sure that we take the focus off of them is what we're going to do. So now we're going to act like we're outraged about Pornhub and about OnlyFans when porn has been going on since Blockbuster Video and before that. but we're not going to mention the perpetrators at all. We're just going to be fake outraged about OnlyFans. How dare OnlyFans? How dare Pornhub? How dare all of these porn companies? Meanwhile, this person lives to do this another day and just says, I'll just, you know what I'm saying, Pornhub and OnlyFans go out of business. I'll just keep kidnapping people and doing this violent stuff that I'm doing and record it on my cell phone. Shit, put it on Dropbox. Like, are you serious? And what I find fascinating is like, it's like they come up with this acting, you know what I'm saying? And like, they make it seem so sincere, like they actually care, when this is clearly a report that's used to take the focus off of the perpetrators of who's actually committing the act. We can't talk about them because those are the people that watch this news channel. So now here it says a former Hooters waitress accused of cheering on another person's fatal beating asked a judge to lower her bond, arguing she could cover a lower amount with revenue from her OnlyFans account. Ashley Esselborn, who is 21, asked 30th District Judge Jeff McKnight in Texas on Friday to lower her bond from $100,000 to $50,000. She told the judge that she had $8,000 in a locked account raised through her OnlyFans page and was working with the company to gain access to the money. JKTL reported. OnlyFans is a platform that allows individuals to charge users on a monthly basis to view exclusive photos and video content. While many users post racy or sexually explicit content, it is not exclusively an adult content platform. Esselborn was reportedly charging viewers $12 a month for her content, according to various media reports. McKnight denied her request for a lower bond on Friday. Her bond had already been lowered in July from $1 million to $100,000. Now she's an accomplice to a damn murder, and they lowered her bond from $1 million to $100,000. Like, do you notice how we keep hearing stories like this? I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna lower the bond because I don't have a reason to do it. I'm just gonna do it. I do have a reason of what I'm not gonna say is the reason, and you're looking at the reason. What it is AB, it's equivalent to saying we commit all the crimes. You know what they say. Facts ain't racist. Until you talk facts about any other group of people other than black. Esselborn, who previously worked at Hooters, was charged with first-degree murder after her alleged involvement in what police described as massive bloodletting event. What? She allegedly cheered on 3 people, including her boyfriend, as they repeatedly beat 23-year-old Zachary Wood to death in Wichita Falls, Texas in May. If you guys heard this story before, give me a thumbs up. If you guys never heard this story, give me a thumbs down. Question: Fox News is on every day. How come nobody heard anything about this? This story got so little attention that on the article, they had Laura Ingraham and some other woman talking about something else. Because it didn't happen. Because remember, when it comes to Fox, we commit all the crimes. You know what I'm saying? The group of alleged assailants believed Wood had stolen drugs and money from them, according to the arrest. Esselborn confessed to police in May that she was in the home with her boyfriend, identified as William Bell, at the time Wood was attacked. Times Record News reported earlier this year. She and another suspect, Peyton Collier, said they discovered missing money and drugs. Collier then confronted Wood. So look at this. We got some weird people involved here. Ronnie Lang, Peyton Collier, and William Bell. You can definitely tell that they do drugs. That's one thing that you know for sure from the picture. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Peyton is a is a male or a female. Ronnie has an Asian last name, but looks black, possibly. So this is some interesting shit going on here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Ronnie Lang pleaded guilty to the murder, and he was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Man, he ain't never about to see the light of day. Now look at this. We got one more story. Y'all been in here for 4 hours. Y'all wild. Hold on. Look at this. I'm telling you, man, Fox and the New York Post are like the worst websites. You know what I'm saying? They have a mind of their own. Brutal rapist accused of mutilating woman, captured by Florida deputies. This dude name is Bruce Whitehead. Now, if I read this, you know what I'm saying, Tucker Carlson will be outraged and said, you can talk about you there's only one group of people that everybody can talk about without any consequence. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, damn it. See that shit? Like, do y'all see that? Look at this. Look what they did for the Purdue roommate killer. Deemed incompetent to stand trial. Man, they just giving out favors all over the board. They just giving out favors all over the board, man. We really out here making a difference. You know what I'm saying? We really out here making a difference. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, man. Look at this. Look at this. Watch this. Hold on. There we go. All right, stop. Do not come back on. All right, let's try this again. Bruce Whitehead, 54, was seen in photos with word sacrifice tattooed on his forehead. I be telling people, man, do not mess with people with them damn tattoos on their face. That is a red flag if I've ever seen one. Brutal rapist who allegedly mutilated a woman in Central Florida, shout out to Florida because there's always some craziness going on down there, has been arrested after authorities asked for the public's help to find the heavily tattooed suspect. I wonder if his teeth was ground up too. Bruce Whitehead, who was 54, was captured on Thursday morning after a trip from an observant resident, or after a tip, from an observant resident, the office said in a social media post. Thank you to our community members and media partners for making sure his face was everywhere with that damn tattoo. Look at this dude right here. Look at him. Look at him. Out here brutalizing people, looking psycho. He like, oh, look at my forehead. Like, really? Jeez. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. Your head look like a damn Metallica shirt. A corporal with the sheriff's office sex crimes unit called Whitehead, they should call this fool Tattoo Head, a monster after saying he mutilated a woman and described it as particularly horrific attack. The woman survived and is expected to recover, but authorities thought Whitehead was going to kill her and that she did not consent to sex. I mean, this is just crazy. You know what I'm saying? Sheriff's office told Fox 35 that the arrest was made at Landstar Boulevard and the Weatherby Road in Orlando metro area. Deputies had him in custody 15 minutes after a tip about his whereabouts came in just after 7 a.m. Whitehead previously spent 20 years in prison for rape and attempted murder in the 80s, authorities said. So he got out just to do it again. Crazy. Crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with these people? Now, I want to know why this Purdue killer. I don't know if did you guys hear the story about the Purdue killer? I'm pretty sure I did. I put that video up on my Crimecast channel, but it's been in the news. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you guys probably seen stories about it. I think Tori and Rain might have actually did a video about that too. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, Terrence. Accused Purdue roommate killer deemed incompetent to stand trial. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he already admitted that he killed this person. If I recall this story correctly, a Purdue University student charged with murder in the stabbing death of his dormitory roommate is incompetent to stand trial, a judge ruled Thursday. Tippecanoe Circuit Judge Sean Pearson appointed 2 doctors to treat Ji Ming Sha until he is found competent to understand the charges against him and assist in his defense. Sha, a 22-year-old cybersecurity major from Seoul, South Korea, faces 1 count of murder in the October slaying of Vron Manish Shedad, who is 20, of Indianapolis. The 2 lived in McCutcheon Hall on Purdue's West Lafayette campus. All right. So this is 2 Asians right here. You know what I'm saying? Asian on Asian crime, but the media is not calling it that, of course, because it's only us that commit the crimes. Right? We're the only ones that do it. You know what I'm saying? Except for every single time I post a video. You know what I'm saying? Prosecutors allege that Shah stabbed Chida, a data science major. So these is like literal like nerd wars. You know what I'm saying? You got like a high level computer programmer stabbing a data science major. Like this is just, you know what I'm saying? These are the people that are much more intelligent genetically, allegedly, than black people that are just out here killing each other, but they don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Again, this is on Fox, and again, Fox doesn't talk about these kind of crimes, which is why the videos on every single one of these stories is always a summary of something else. If you notice that, pay very close attention. When there's a black person that committed a crime on Fox News, this video section will be about the crime that was committed. If it's a non-black person that did it, there'll be no mention of the crime in the video. And the reason for that is because most people watch the video, and then when they watch the video, they assume that the video summarized the article. So then they go on to close the article. That's the main reason why Fox does that. Shout out to my man KOK Fit. Everybody over there got leader. Everybody over there got leader brains. Facts. Light bulb, Squidward headed ass motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Got a whole cranium full of brains and not using it for any damn good. So yeah, this is it right here. Pearson ruled after reading a report prepared by defense hired psychologist Dr. Sean Samuels, who interviewed Shah for 5 hours shortly after the slaying. Court records indicate that Shah told police he is extensively involved in international espionage and is a former CIA operative, WLFI-TV reported. Man, going somewhere, man. This dude just talking all kind of crazy just so that he think that he can get out of this shit. He probably got up in that interview thing and started speaking all kind of Korean, acting like he didn't understand anything that was going on. You know what I'm saying? They're like, this motherfucker crazy. He got to take some medication and get in a straitjacket and sit in a padded room for about a week or 2 and then come back. That motherfucker didn't have to sit in no damn padded room while he was killing his roommate and making straight A's with the computer programming. You wasn't sitting in no damn padded room there unless you bought them pads from Walmart with your tuition refund check. You know what I'm saying? How you know he not just making this up just to be trolling y'all, just to give y'all a hard time? I'm involved in international espionage, and I'm a former CIA operative. Motherfucker, you just saw John Wick, and no one's impressed. Go sit your ass back down in that court. You killed your roommate, asshole. You know what I'm saying? You talking about? Why did you immigrate to the United States if you're involved in international espionage? You know what I'm saying? Like the other side of the world, like you can actually just drive to other countries, like you drive into a different state. Fuck your ass come to the most isolated country in the world to be involved in international espionage. That shit don't even make no damn sense. Not a good logistics plan, my guy. With all them damn brains, just stick to programming computers and lay off stabbing people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he got that Asian hate crime check too, then turned around and committed an Asian hate crime. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Just like that shit crazy. Purdue police chief Leslie Wheat says Shah called police early on October 5th and told them his roommate was dead in their dorm room. Officers who arrested Shah found him wearing clothes with blood on them, prosecutors said. An autopsy found that Shida had died of multiple sharp force traumatic injuries. And that's terrible, man. That kid shouldn't have had to die. His parents shouldn't have to bury him. And we shouldn't have to feel like we're the only ones that commit crimes. Because we aren't. You know what I'm saying? So, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you guys enjoyed the stream, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't enjoy the stream, give me a thumbs down. So, what it looks like is that do not play I Did What I Did as the outro won because there was more thumbs up for no than there was thumbs up for yes. You know what I'm saying? But I'm finna do that shit anyway because I did what I did.
Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You willing to take a personal shot at me? Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You willing to take a personal shot at me? Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You willing to take a personal shot at me? Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You're willing to take a personal shot at me. Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. You're willing to take a personal shot at me. Can I finish?
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did. I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what?
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.
Put your glasses back on.
I did what I did. I did what I did. I did what I did.